Hello and welcome. In this video, we're going to build a sleek, modern, responsive landing page with React.js, Tailwind CSS, framework, motion animation, and Swiper.js. And this website has a modern, clean design, fully responsive layout. We will apply a smooth animation with framework, motion, interactive components, testimonial carousel, newsletter subscription form, company logo animation, pricing calculator, and service showcase options. And if you just see, this website has a clean look and a cool animation that will get the fast attention of your client. So let's see what we're going to build in this tutorial. So at first, if I refresh this website, you can see a cool animation is applying here, both Navbar and hero section. You can see the animation is super cool. And if you hover the Navbar, you can see when you hover it has a underline, okay, with animation obviously. Then you can see a button is here. It's very simple Navbar, and here is your hero section. If you refresh, you can see the text are appearing with animation and your image also. And if you scroll a little bit, you can see this is actually the logo section of brand's promotion. And if I just go top and go here, you can see the text are appearing with animation. So here we'll have some text presentation, and this is actually about section. Here we'll have icons with some cards and a button with shadow. Okay, so if you refresh, you can see this section is also animated when you are just scrolling to this section. Let me show you. Okay, so you can see the animation is applying. If you scroll a little bit, this is a schedule section. Here we'll have text and image section, and here we'll also have animations. So our website is fully animated. Okay, so this is a pricing section. You can just increase the product and see the pricing calculation. So both starter package and business package are listed here. If you just increase the slider from left to right, you can see the price is just increasing and decreasing, okay, based on your sliding. Okay, then we will have this section. Will have some awesome card here with hover effect, and some text is here. Okay, you can see the list item is looking something like this. Isn't it awesome? Obviously it's perfect and cool. Okay, next we'll have testimonial section. When you are on desktop version, you will have 3 cards, and when you are just looking it on mobile device, you will have one card, and you can just click next. Okay, look, it's perfectly working. Then we will have a newsletter subscription section and a footer, and it's also animated. Okay, you can see the animation is working. And next, what we will explore, for example, if you want to go to service section, simply click here. Look, service section is active with color. Then if you go back to the about us section, click here. So this is your about us section, and when you just active any nav items, then it will be underlined with active color. Let me click the testimonial section, services section, about section, your home section. So our navigational item is working perfectly. Okay, you can just click get in touch to go to the newsletter subscription section, and I think everything is super cool and perfect. Okay, so now let me show you how responsive our website in mobile device. So that's why I will simply inspect it, and now we'll choose the mobile device screen size. So this is the small mobile device screen size, and here you can see your website is looking very clean. Okay, so with animation applying here also, so you don't have to worry about the animation. Everything is super clean and cool. You can see the sliding is also working. You will have something like this. Then you will have a responsive testimonial. Look, it's working perfectly on mobile devices, and animation is there. And if I want to show you the navigational item, if you click the nav bar, you can see right now it's cross, and you will have navigational item with something like this. You can just click again to close it, click again to open it. And if you want to scroll to any section, for example, you want to go to about section, click here. Look, your about section is here. If you want to go to testimonial section, click testimonial, and right now you are on testimonial section. If you want to go back to the service section, click here. So this is your service section. That means we can say that our Navbar is also responsive on mobile device, and it's working perfectly. So let's get started and build these projects along with me. Okay, and if you like this tutorial, then please subscribe the channel and leave a comment so that I can just get some inspiration from you to build some awesome projects for you. Okay, so now we will get started our projects, and for doing this actually you have to go to your folder directory and then you will have to create a projects folder, because whenever you are just starting a project you must have to maintain a folder structure. So that's why I recommend you to just create a new folder for each projects, and here we can rename it something like this: modern React project, something like this. And here then what you will have to do, you will have to open a code editor, and my favorite code editor is Visual Studio Code. I simply drag this folder and drop it on Visual Studio Code, and right now you can see the folder name is showing at the top. Okay, so here right now we don't have any files and folder because we're starting from the beginning. Okay, so to create a React projects, what you will do, you will go to your browser and then take a new tab. Here you can simply search React and then press enter. You can see react.dev, the official website of React. You will go here, and from there click this learn React section, and from here and see you have installation options here. So click this installation tab, and here you will have several options, and for this tutorial actually we will just choose this build a React app from scratch. So click here, and if you scroll a little bit you can see you have several tools to work with React. You can work with Vite, Vercel or RS build, and my most favorite tool is Vite obviously, and we will follow this way to create a Vite React projects. Okay, so that's why you don't have to copy everything, you just copy npm create Vite at the latest. Okay, I just copy only this portion and then go back to the Visual Studio Code, open our terminal. You can see I just drag and open our terminal, or you have options to open your terminal from here. Okay, so I obviously like to open terminal by dragging, and here we'll have to paste npm create Vite at the latest. That means we are going to use the latest version of Vite. Okay, so you can pause this video and type it on your terminal and simply press enter. It will ask you to proceed. Yes, obviously we'll define y and press enter. Then it will ask for project name. So I have already renamed the project, so that's why we don't have to follow it. You can either just simply define a dot to ignore the project name, because we already have a project name created. So after then what you will do, you will simply press enter. Then it will ask for framework. Obviously we will use React, so that's why you can use your up and down arrow key to choose React. Okay, so I will just press down arrow key, and when React is selected, look, it's actually marked, and if you press enter then it will ask for variant. So for the variant actually I am going to use JavaScript, so that's why again down arrow key, and when JavaScript is selected you can see the dot is now active, and this is actually most appealing. Okay, then press enter. So some project folder is created here. It's a default Vite projects folder structure, and then it says you will have to command these two. Okay, so first one, you will have to install npm node modules and others packages and dependencies. So that's why we'll have to simply command npm install. Okay, so you can either type or simply copy paste it, npm install, and if you press enter it will add a node modules folder and some others folder here. So this is very essential to run your project, so wait until it's completed. Okay, now if you installed node modules and others dependencies, then you can run your projects by this command npm run dev. Okay, so simply type npm run dev and press enter. Now you can see a localhost URL is here. If you press Ctrl and click here, or either copy this and simply go back to your browser, take a new tab and paste it, then you will see a Vite React project is here. So this is a default look of a Vite React project, and we have successfully created our Vite React project. And next, what we'll have to do, we'll have to just install Tailwind CSS on our projects. Okay, so for doing this we'll take a new tab, and right now here we'll simply search Tailwind CSS, and we'll have to go to tailwindcss.com. This is the official website of Tailwind CSS, and on this project actually we're going to use Tailwind CSS latest version. The version is actually 4, and from here we will have to click get started, and then you will have to install Tailwind CSS, and here you will have several options, and the first one is for Vite projects. So you will just follow this process. You will have to command only 3 commands to just install Tailwind CSS on your Vite projects. At first you will have to copy this command and go back to your terminal. Look, your project is running here. You can either stop it or take a new terminal. So let me stop it by pressing Ctrl C. You can stop your terminal and ready for the other commands. So we'll simply Ctrl V to paste the command. Look what we're going to do here. We're going to install Tailwind CSS and Tailwind CSS /Vite. That means we're going to install a Vite plugin to compile with Tailwind CSS. Okay, so let me press enter. Okay, next what you have to do, go back to the documentation, and the second step is you will have to configure your Vite plugin. So for doing this, you will go to vite.config.js or ts file, and then you will have to import this line. So I just copy this line and go back to the, let me close it, go back to the vite.config.js file. Here we can simply paste the line. So we're going to install Tailwind CSS from actually Tailwind CSS /Vite. Okay, then we will have to add the Tailwind CSS plugin inside this plugin section. We'll copy it, go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here inside this plugin, look, we have React plugin here, and after then we will define a comma and paste our Tailwind CSS plugin here. The next what you will have to do, look, the third step is you will have to import Tailwind CSS, and for this you will have to just include this line to your main CSS file. Okay, so I just copy this line and then back to the Visual Studio Code. Here go to src folder, then our main CSS file is index.css file. Click here, we'll have some default code. We will simply select everything by Ctrl A and backspace to remove everything. Here we will simply paste Ctrl V. We're going to import our Tailwind CSS here. Okay, so next thing what you will have to do, you will go to the app.css. Here we will have some default styling. Let me select everything by pressing Ctrl A and backspace to remove. Okay, so we'll have a clean setup. Now if you run your projects again, look, so we'll simply clear our terminal by pressing clear and then command. Then we can run our projects by npm run wave. Okay, so press enter. You can see again the localhost URL, and if you press Ctrl A and click here, then you can see your Vite projects is right now something like this. That means Tailwind CSS is applying. But how are you sure? Okay, so for become sure if Tailwind CSS is installed perfectly, you can either go to package.json file. Here you can see you are using React 19 version and Tailwind CSS 4 version. That means all the latest version we're going to use, and our app entry point is actually app.jsx. and here look, we will have several code. We can simply mark everything and backspace to remove. Here we can take a h-ont and we can say hello developers. Okay, and then we can remove unused code from here. And then right now let's try to add some Tailwind CSS class. So that's why we will take class name. Then let me just define a text size. So that's why text size, for example, 4XL. Then let me define it bold. So that's why font bold. So it's actually Tailwind CSS. And let me go back to your projects and you can see it's applying. Okay, so for verifying, let's try to add some text color. So that's why text, maybe blue color is okay. So blue 500, and you can see it's applying perfectly. That means Tailwind CSS is properly working on our projects. Okay, after installing Tailwind CSS, what next? We'll have to complete these projects step by step, and I will guide you on every step so that you can just build these projects for your resume. Okay, so for doing this, let's get started with the hero section. And on this hero section, you can see you will have logos here, and then you will have some navigational item for the desktop. If you hover, you can see a transition is applying on actually your underline. So your Navbar's is working something like this, and then you will have a button here. If you select about, you can see about items is now displaying, and you will have a underline here with active color. So we'll have to make this type of effects for the navbar. And if you check it on mobile devices, you can see on mobile devices you will have a navbar. You can just simply click here, so your nav items is showing here, and if you click again it will be closed. Look, it's working perfectly. And if you check the responsiveness of the navbar, you can increase the size, and on a certain points, if you increase more, you can see your navbar is now on nav items, and if you increase the size more, you can see it's super responsive. Okay, so that means we can say we're going to just create this type of navbar after completing this video, and I hope you will enjoy it. Okay, so but before that, look, we need some images to work with these projects. We'll have logos for the companies, and I will provide all the assets. You don't have to worry about all of these assets, I will provide you. Okay, so let's provide you at first. You can check the description for these assets. Okay, so you will go back to the Visual Studio Code, simply delete this assets folder. Inside this src folder you will have assets, so let me delete this folder at first. Then you will just download this assets folder and include it on src. Okay, simply drag it and drop it here. So inside this assets folder right now you will have all the assets you need. You will have hero image, you will have starts image, you will have logos. You can see you will have everything you need to work with. Okay, so after then what next? Look here on the navbar, let me close the unnecessary tabs here. On the browser tab here, we need to change this title and the feed icon. So for doing this, actually look, we can customize it from actually index.html file. Here we can change the title and our fav icons. Okay, so let me just change the title at first. We can say this is actually modern landing page. Okay, and we can say we're using React, Tailwind CSS, and framer motion or something like this. Okay, you can just title anything. And now if you back to your projects, you can see your title is changed, but you need to change the icon. So for this icons, actually I provide the icon on here assets folder. You can see we'll have a fav icons. You can simply drag this fav icons and keep it on public folder. So I will remove these fav icons and keep it on public folder, and after then we'll have to customize the path here. Look, as it's on inside this public folder, you can simply just copy this icon name, and now after this forward slash you can simply paste it. So this is actually fav forward slash icon, so something like this, fav dash icon.png is the same name is here. Okay, so after doing this, if you check, your fav icon is here with the title. Okay, so now we are ready to design our navbar, and for this actually let me go back to the code editor again and now close everything. Okay, we'll open the src, and here inside this we'll have app.jsx. We'll have simple h on here, we can just simply remove it. Okay, so for the navbar we can have a components folder, so click this src folder, then click this new folder icon. Here we're going to organize our components inside this component folder. So let me define a components folder here. So inside this component folders we'll have different component. At first let me create a nav component. We'll create a new file here, so that is actually navbar. When you are writing React component, you will have to get started with capital letter. Okay, so this is navbar, then we will have JSX syntax because we're using JavaScript on React. Okay, then let me press enter. You can create your custom React component manually, so it's very simple to create a component. You can have to define a function. Okay, so let me define const. This is a navbar, then we are going to write a functional component something like this way, and as it's a function we can return something from the function. What we will return a HTML. Okay, so that is actually we'll take a div and here we can say this is actually navbar. And after then what you have to do, you will have to export default your navbar so that you can use it from others components. So your navbar is ready. Now you can import it on app.jsx to check it. So let me import it. So app.jsx is the entry point of your UI, and you can see we're importing navbar from actually component folder, and we'll have to close it. So for this, let me press / and you can see it's actually self closing. And now if you back to your projects, you can see your navbar is here. So if you now write anything here, it will just displaying. Look, navbar is here, something like this, and see our navbar text is displaying. That means we have created a navbar. But if you want to automate this process, that means if you just simply press RAFCE and press enter, a automatic navbar component will be created, or a React component will created. For example, let me show you again. RFC, press enter, a component is created for you. You don't have to create your component manually. So how is it possible? Look, I am using a extension that is actually ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippet. So it's a huge popular extension, and by using this extension I'm getting suggestion. Look, if I press RFCE and press enter, a functional component will be created by this extension. So I recommend you to use this extension for your projects so that you can easily create components. Okay, so after then let's get started the designing part. Here look, we will have, let me just discuss you at first. Look, I will break down the design. So here look, this is the whole navbar. Okay, so inside this navbar we'll have, for example, we'll have a div. So this is the div, and inside this div we'll have three options. Look, we'll have a logo section, we'll some navigational items for desktop version, and we'll have this section for the nav menu. Okay, nav button. Okay, so we'll have to follow this design structure. At first we'll have to create a navbar. So this is the first div. So this is the first div. Then inside this div we'll have three different div. Okay, so let's just do this on our projects. Here, as we'll have created our navbar, let me change the tag, and here we'll use a semantic tag. So this is actually our navbar, and for this navbar we can just simply define some styling. Here we can say it will be by default fixed on a small device, device. So it will be fixed. Then we'll apply top 0, left 0, and right 0, so that it will be fixed on the top. So then we can apply some background color. So background white color will be okay, and we can add some opacity, for example 90%. Then we'll apply some blur, so that's why we'll have backdrop blur. SM size is okay. Then we'll define the Z indexing. So Z indexing 50. We'll apply some border bottom. So border B is okay. So border color will be border gray 100, and finally we can apply some shadow SM. Okay, size. And right now if you check your navbar, you can see your navbar is something like this. And after then we can take a another div. So inside this we'll have a div, and for this, look, we will have to just make these sections. So let me show you. We'll have to make this portion. Okay, so now this is the div we're going to design. So for this div actually we'll have some styling. We can have with full, then we can just define it will be container, so that it will take a certain size of the div, and here we can just define mx auto. So right now after then what you can do, we can simply define it will be flex, it will be item center, then justify between. Because why justify between? Look, this is taking a width in between components. Okay, in between the elements. Okay, so that's why we are applying flex here. Okay, after then what you will have to do, we can just define some padding on a small device. So that is actually px4. On actually SM size device we'll have px6. On large device we'll have px. So we will have px8, something like this. And finally on medium device we'll have a height of 20, and by default height is 16. Okay, after then inside here actually we'll have we'll have logo, desktop navigation items and button. Okay, so for this let me add comments. So at first we need a logo, then we will have desktop nav items, then we will have button, so get in touch button. Okay, so after then, and for the mobile devices we'll have a mobile menu here, something like this. Okay, so now let's get started with the logo section. So for this logo we'll take a div, and inside this div, look what how our logo is. Our logo has two circles and you can hover it. Okay, something like this. So for making this type of logo, let me take a div and then we'll have another div. Okay, so sorry, no dialog, it will be div. Okay, so let me make it actually side by side by defining flex. It will be item center, we'll have a gap on, and then we'll have cursor pointer, so cp for cursor pointer. And here let's design the circle. So for this, at first div will apply width, so 4, height will be 4. We need some background color, so bz blue is okay. So for the first circle we'll have bz blue 500 or 600 is perfect, maybe 600 is okay. Then after this we will make it rounded full. Okay, rounded full. Now if you check, you will have something like this. Look, you will have something like this, and when someone hover, you can just make it some opacity. Okay, so for doing this, by default we can say opacity will be 75%, and when someone hover, it will be opacity 100%. Okay, now you can see it's something like this, and you can add some transition for this circle. So here you will have transition on opacity. Okay, now it's perfect. You can see it's perfectly working. And after then you need the red circle. Okay, so for the red circle you can copy this div and simply paste it here. You can change the color, so here instead of background color blue we can just define red 500, and right now we can see something like this. Okay, but we need to overlap it, so that's why we can add some margin left. We'll define minus margin left 2 for now. Okay, so then if you check, you will have something like this, but we have to just change the opacity of the red circle. By default red circle will be opacity 100%, and when someone hover, it will be opacity 75%, so that it will look appealing. So after then you can see our logo is ready for executing. Okay, so our logo is ready. Now we'll have to move to the desktop navbar. Okay, so for this desktop navbar, what we will do, so here for this desktop navbar you need to work with navigational menu, and we can just use reusable code. So that's why here we will have to create an array of objects to create our nav items. So at first let me define const. We'll have to create an array of objects, so that will be nav links, something like this, and it will be array. Okay, let me take some space so that you can just understand it properly. Inside this array we'll have some objects. Okay, at first we'll have href, so href will be by default we'll have home, then we'll add a comma and we'll add label. So our label will be something like this. For the home we'll have home. We can simply copy this, so let me add a comma and simply mark it. We can press shift alt and down arrow for copying it. Maybe we have 4 items here. Okay, let's change the nav href. So the second one will be, so this will be about, then this will be about us text here, and the third one, let me check, it's our service. So for this here we'll have services, and here we'll define our services, and here we'll have testimonials, and here we'll have testimonials. Okay, something like this. So our nav item is ready, and for this actually active link, look which one is active. For this active linking, we can simply define a use state. So let me define a use state, and we can say this is actually active link, and we can say set active. So we can just copy this. We'll have after this set, we'll have active link. We can just use a capital letter here, and after then we'll have use state. Okay, and inside it actually by default our home is selected. Look, our home is by default selected, so that's why we can say it will be by default homes. Okay, and then we need some toggles. So for the toggling, we can have another use state. So we'll have is menu open. So this is actually for mobile devices. So is menu open, we will define set, we'll paste it here. Okay, we'll have set is menu open, we'll have use state again, then we will simply define by default it will be false. Okay, now we are ready to work with. Okay, so after then what you will have to do. Okay, so here you can see we'll have to design our desktop navbar. So for desktop navbar, we'll take a div. Okay, so let me take a div here, and for this div, inside this div, what you will do, you can simply map the array of objects you define it here. So that's why we will take curly braces, and here we'll define nav links, then we'll apply map, and every time we'll get actually link and index. Then we'll have something like this. We'll take parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we will have a anchored. Okay, and our href will be dynamically. So that's why here we'll simply say our link will have, so define link and define a dot, then we'll select href. That means every time, so anchor take a href for this. Okay, then we'll have the label, we'll have to present the label here. So let me define link dot label, and right now if you check your code, you can see you will have something like this. Okay, so if we design, it will be more accurate. Okay, so for doing this, actually for designing this here, whenever you just mapping, you will have to provide a key props here. So our key will be by default index, something like this. Now we will style this. So for styling here, what you will do, look here, we can simply define a class name, and we will apply dynamic classes. So that's why we'll have curly braces and backtick for dynamic classes, and here we'll define text will be by default sm size. Okay, and we can just take a break here. Okay, so let me just organize our projects a little bit so that we can write our css properly. At first we'll have a text sm, then we'll have font medium. So font medium, then we'll have by default relative. After then we'll have after, and we will add some css. So this will be absolute, then we'll apply after, and then that would be bottom 0. Then we'll have after, and then we will say it will be left 0. Then after we will have height 0.5, and on after actually again after. Okay, we are just making the transition. Okay, so we'll have width 0. Okay, and then we'll have hover, and here we'll have after, then we will say width will be full. Okay, then finally we'll have after, and then we'll define background color. So busy blue, something like this, will be busy blue 600, blue 600. Okay, so after then finally we will have another after, So for the transition, so it will be after, and transition will be wall, something like this. Okay, so finally if you check here, you will have something like this. So navigational item is working, you can add some space. So that's why here on this parent div we can simply define class name. Here we can by default make it hidden on a small device, and on medium sized device we will have flex so that it will be visible. And we can just take item center, we can add some gap 10. Okay, so right now you can see it's perfect, and the hover effect is working. Look, the transition is working for all of these CSS. So we define its relative and we add actually pseudo class after. Okay, here, and after then when actually a item is selected, we'll have to make it dynamically. So that's why we'll have $sign curly braces, and we will say active link, and we will check if active link is the link dot href. Then we will apply dynamic classes here. Okay, something like this. At first, when it's actually true, when active link is equal our link href, then we can simply say our text will be blue 600. Okay, by default blue 600, and we will have after with full. Okay, so this is the default. Otherwise we can simply say by default text will be gray 600, and we will define when actually hover it will be text gray 900, something like this. So our navbar is ready. So you can see by default it's selected, home is selected. Okay, so perfect. Then what actually next? After then we will have to click, we'll have to define a one click here. So we'll have to one click, and we'll have to make sure our set active link is working. So that's why we'll call set active link from here. Look, set active link from here, and we will simply define the path. So link dot href here to change the path. Okay, so now if you click about, look, it's selected. Perfect. Okay, so by default home is selected. If you select about, it's applying active color. Okay, the transition, everything is working. And finally look for the desktop version. We'll have to make this button, and for this button actually we can take a CTA button, or you will have a comments here, and after then we can have a button. We'll have to design a button. We can have a anchor tag. We can say it will be hash for news later. Okay, LETTR later, and we can say it will be get in touch. Okay, something like this. So now you can see your button is here. We'll have to design it. So for designing, what you can do, so on this button we can simply define class name, and here you can make it by default hidden, and when actually medium device it will be block. Then it will have some background, so busy blue 600, then it will have text white color. Then it will have padding on left and right side, that is actually px6. Then we'll have padding top and bottom, that is actually py 2.5. we'll have rounded lg. Then we'll have when someone hover, we will apply darker color. So that's why BG blue actually 700 or 800 is okay. We can apply text size, so that will be SM. We'll define font medium, and finally we'll have transition wall, and when actually hover we'll have to add some shadow. So our shadow will be LG, and finally hot left, actually we will have to make sure when actually hover our shadow will be blue color. So shadow blue 100, something like this. Okay, now you can see your button is ready. Okay, so your desktop navbar is ready, and in the next video actually we're going to just create our mobile responsive navbar. Okay, so for the mobile responsive navbar we'll have something like this. Okay, we'll have this type of designing. You can just close it, open it, close it. Okay, something like this. Okay, after making this, after making something like this, hot next we'll have to make our mobile navigational item. So if I want to show you, let me inspect it, and on mobile device we'll have something like this. We'll have logo and a navbar. If you click, you will have navigational items one by one, and if you want to close it, simply click this cross and it will be closed. Open, close. Okay, so we'll have to make something like this. And if you increase the size when a certain portion is done, you can see your navigational item is changing. And if you increase the size more, you can see it's perfectly responsive for every device. So that's why we'll have to make something like this type of navigational items, okay, for mobile device. So for doing this, let me go back to the codes, and here we'll close all of this stuff. Okay, so then at first here you will have to make sure that you will have a use state defining something like this is main opens, set is main open with use state false. By default our menu open is by default false. Okay, so after then here you can see we'll have mobile menu. We can simply cut it for now, and here we will simply add a comment, so that will be so mobile menu button. Okay, something like this. And for this we will apply conditionally, so that's why here we'll take a button at first. So we'll have a button, simply take a button, and we'll have to conditionally just display our button. And for displaying this button we will have to just use a icon. So for icons we can go back here. So here take a new tab, you can simply search React icons, and then let me go to the React icons. So this is a large library for icons. You can have to install it at first. Let me copy it, go back to your code and open your terminal. Your code is running here. You can take a new terminal for the command, and here you can simply paste it. We're going to install React icons. So look, it's actually installing. And after then what you will have to do inside this, actually we will conditionally show our button. So that's why we'll take a curly braces, and here we have is menu open. We will copy it, just paste it inside here. We'll conditionally check if is menu open false, that means we will show a icon cross icon. Okay, something like this. So that's why we'll just take the icon from hi icon library. Let me import it, and after then we will conditionally display hi menu icon. Okay, something like this. So we're going to import hix and hi menu icon from actually React icons, you can see here. And additionally right now if you check your website, look, here is the icons. We'll have to make it hidden on large device, so that's why on button we'll apply some css, so that will be on medium device will be make it hidden, and we'll apply some padding, for example. So padding will be p2. So right now we can see it's hidden, and if you inspect it and check it on mobile device, you can have something like this. We can increase the icon size by applying some css. So we can just select the first one, press alt to select the second one, and here we'll apply some class together, and we'll define size will be by default 6. That means width will be 6 and height will be 6. So now you can see it's now bigger, but if you click nothing happens. Why nothing happens? Actually look, here we'll have to apply a click event, so that's why we'll have on click, and here we'll simply define a callback. Okay, we'll call our set is menu open. So and we'll just toggle it, so not is menu open, something like this. That means after applying this one click, and if you click here, look, it's now cross its menu. Okay, it's perfectly changing. So after changing, look, we'll have to display the navigational item when you actually click here. Okay, so for making this type of navigational items, what you will do, so here after doing that we will simply close this div block, and after then here we will add a comment. So mobile menu items. Okay, something like this. And after then we will firstly check conditionally. So we'll have at first curly braces here, and we'll check is menu open. If is menu open true, we'll conditionally show the navigational item for the mobile device. At first we'll have a div, and inside this div we'll have another div, and then we will simply present our navigational items. Okay, so that's why is nav links, then we'll just map it. We'll every time get link and index, then we'll have something like this. We'll have parenthesis, and inside this we'll have anchor. So let me define anchor. So each anchor has a href, and we can simply say it's dynamically that will be link dot href, and we'll have to display the level. So that's why here we'll have to define link dot level. Okay, so now if you check your website, you can see something like this. If you click, you will have the navigational items here, but the style is not perfect. We have to make the styling more appealing, and that's why here on this first div we can simply say some classes here. We'll make it hidden on medium device, so that would be empty hidden. We'll apply some background color, so bg white. Then we'll apply border top, so border top. Then we will have border color, so bg gray 100 is perfect for now. And we'll apply some padding to the top, so that's why py4. So right now look, we'll have something like this effect. Then we will have to just make our links actually bottom by bottom. So that's why on this anchor we'll have some class name, and we'll apply css dynamically. So that's why curly braces backtick here. So we'll take a backtick, and additionally here what we'll do, we can simply apply css. We'll make it block. So if you make it block, right now we can see it's actually side by side. Then we'll apply text size, so that would be sm size. Then we'll define font medium size. Then we'll have some padding, so py2 is okay. Then we will apply css conditionally, so that's why $. We'll check if active link equal link dot href, then we can conditionally apply css. So if it's true, we'll have to apply some css. We'll simply say text color will be blue 600, something like this. Otherwise we'll have text color gray 500 or 600 is okay. If hover, actually we will have to define text gray 900, something like this. And right now you can see we'll have something like this. If you just click, it will be closed. If you click again, it will be open. But for now we will have to add some additional styling to this div, and here we'll simply define it will be container. Then we'll have mx auto. Then we'll have some padding to the x-axis, so that would be 4, and we'll add some spacing. So spacing y will be 4 now. Right now we can see it's perfect. So if it's too much, then you can just decrease the size of y spacing. So that's why it's perfect right now. And lastly we need the button. So for the button, you can just copy this button from the above. So here is your get in touch button. Simply copy this button, and after these nav items you can simply paste the button. And here actually we can have some customization. Look, let me just format it. We can simply remove this. We can make it by default full. Okay, so I think the customization is okay, perfect. Now you can see you will have mobile responsive navbar, and it's super easy. Look, it's perfectly working. You can have close it, and right now check it. Look, it's super perfect. And if you want to make it more perfect, you can add some on click here. So let me define on click here, and here we will have a callback. So we'll have curly braces. At first we'll just define set is active. So set is active or active link. So set active link. Here we'll pass so link dot href, and then we'll just change the color. So set is menu open. So we will simply make sure is menu open false, and additionally whenever you map something you will have to define a key props. Our key will be our index. So right now it's appropriate perfectly. Okay, so if you click something like this, our services, look, right now it's closed and you can see it's actually active color is applying. If you close again, for example click this home, you can see now home is selected. If you click about, now about is selected, and by doing this way actually your Navbar is perfectly working for both mobile and desktop version. Okay, so after next what you will have to do, look, after next we'll have to design our hero section. You can say that there are some animation. Okay, we will work with the animation whenever actually our project is ready. Lastly, at the end actually we'll work with framer motion to apply this type of animation, but before that let me complete the design first. Okay, so we'll complete all the design part first, then we'll just work with animation. So I hope you understand my motive. Okay, so next actually we'll have to design this hero section. We'll have some text on the left, and on the right we'll have this type of image. Okay, so now we'll have to design our hero section, but before that let me close all of the unnecessary tabs here. We will have to design this type of hero section. When see, we will have some background colors, something like this. So we'll have some gradient color on the top corner, and here we'll have some text presentation and logo presentation and image presentation, something like this. Okay, so for doing this we'll back to the code editor. Here our navbar is complete, so we'll close it, and after then we'll create another component for the hero section. We'll have hero.jsx, and now we'll take refc for React functional component, and after then we'll paste it after navbar. Okay, so let me define this is actually hero. We'll import it and self close it, and after then if you check your website here, so you cannot see it. Why? Actually it's in before this header section, so we'll have to do a little bit customization, then it will appear. So at first let me convert it to section tag. Okay, it will be section closure, and then we'll simply apply some css. For example, at first we will simply define it will be container. So it will be container, then we'll apply mx auto, then simply we can have padding top. So pt top will be 24, then we will have pb so 16. Right now if you check, you will have your text here. So after applying this actually padding top, it will appear. Then additionally you may have px for a small device, we'll have sm px6, and for large device we'll have px8. Okay, so finally if you check something like this, this is your design. And if you check here, actually on the left you have some text, on the right you have some images. Okay, so for doing this actually we will take a line here and we'll take a div, and this is actually left column. Let me add a comment here. So this is actually left column, and inside it actually we'll define class name. We'll have by default w full, so we'll have w full. On medium devices it will be w half, so 1/2 is, that means 50%. We'll define a space y, 8 for each child. Okay, and this is actually, let me define, this is actually left. Okay, and after then we'll have a right section. So this is actually a right column, right call, and for this actually we will have a div, and we can say it's actually right call, and here we'll simply apply something like this. We'll have w full by default, and we will define on medium devices w half. Okay, so something like this. And right now if you check, you will have left and right. So if you then you can simply apply some CSS here. You can simply say it's actually flex. By default flex will be column, and then on medium device we can say flex will be row on medium device. And by default what we can do, we can simply say justify between to make it just a spacing between them, and we'll say it will be item center. And right now if you check, your left section is here and right section is here. On the left section you will have to present your text. You will have something like this text, will have this type of text, then some paragraph and input field with button. So for making this type of design, at first let me start with this badge. Okay, so for this, on the left section we will simply define a comments. So this is actually a star badge, badg badge, and here we'll take a div, and inside this div we'll have a span, and here actually we need a star. And so from where actually you collect the star, I think it's actually text. You can just copy it, or you can simply search star, and then let me search star emoji or something like this. Then you can just copy this type of emoji. Okay, so let me just copy this, Ctrl C for copy, and now you can just simply paste it here. And after then we'll have some text, so we'll take a span and you will have something like this text. By the way, I will provide you a image. If you check here, you will have a reference image for the design. So this is actually the reference image. You can just check this image for the design purpose, or you can just extract the text if you need. Okay, so you can simply open it. For example, if I want to show you, here inside this asset will have landing page, and you can simply open it here. So this is your reference image. Okay, you can just press space and just go section. So we'll have to follow this design actually, and I will provide this on assets folder, so you can just get that design what you will have to do. Okay, so now here actually our text is there, and after then what we'll do, after the text actually, what text actually required, you can see we'll have jump start program, something like this. We'll simply copy it, and for the span we'll paste it. Okay, so now let's some design here. On the second span tag we'll have text sm size, then we'll have font medium, and for the first span we can simply say text blue 600, something like this. We'll have group hover, so we'll have group hover effect, so group hover, and we will say scale on 10, something like this. Okay, then we'll have transition on transform, so transition on transform. Okay, so right now if you check your website, you will have something like this. The text icon is actually not colorful. We can just use this type of icon. Let me copy it from here, and here we'll just do a modify here. Okay, something like this. Right now you can see the star is okay. So though the hover effect is not working, but it's okay. We'll target this div, and simply here we'll define some class name. So at first we'll have flex, we'll have item center, then we'll apply some gap 2. So gap 2, then we will say background will be busy gray 50, then we will define w fit, and we'll apply some px, that means padding to the x-axis 4, and py will be 2. We'll make it rounded full. Okay, and finally we'll make, when someone actually hover, we'll apply busy gray 100, and we'll have transition on colors, and finally we will have cursor pointer And lastly, we'll make it group, because here it will be group, because actually why group, look here, this is the parent of this span, so that's why we'll make this group, and this is the child of the group. So that's why here we'll simply, when someone just hover this div, it's actually apply hover effect on this element, okay, because here we just define group hover. Okay, so right now if you see, look, this text, actually this star actually just defining something like this on, you can just change it when someone actually hover, you can change the color obviously. So let me define text something like this type of color, it will be more appearing. Look, when someone just hover, you will have something like this, or you can just add this for group hover, so this will be more appropriate. When someone hover, look, the star icon is changing, okay, something like this. Okay, so after then what you will have to do, after then you will have to just design this heading. So we'll have something like this type of heading. Okay, so for this, look here, this is our star badge. Let me add some indentation, and then we will have our heading. So we don't need too much comments here, we can have h1, and we say our h1 will have the text. So let me copy this text from here, I will copy it, you can just type it based on your design. So here we'll have some text, and after then we need to color it, so that's why we will take a span here. So let me take a span and we'll paste it, and for this, actually for this clock icon, we'll have to add another span, okay, something like this. And finally, let's design it. So if you check your website, you will have something like this, and you will design it. So for h1, we'll simply define class, and here actually we'll have text for Excel by default, but on medium device we'll have text 5 Excel. Okay, finally we'll make it on large device, we'll make it text 6 Excel. So we'll have font bold, okay, and we will have leading tight, okay, leading tight. So this is something like this right now. Now we'll have to apply some color on this span, so that's why we will have target this span and apply some color. For example, for this span we'll define blue color, so our blue will be text blue 600. Then we will simply make it relative, and we will make it inline block. Okay, so right now you can see we'll have something like this. And finally, after completing this, what you will do, okay, so if you check, look here, we'll have a line. Can you see this line? Okay, you will have to make this line, so that's why. So what you can do, so after actually this, you can take another span, and we don't have to do anything, we can simply add some styling here. So our styling will be, it will be absolute, because we just make it relative here, so this span will be absolute. And finally, if you need some just indentation, you can just do this way. So let me just format this so that you can understand it. Okay, and finally I just make it so that you can just visible. We'll have a span, let me add an intro here. So we'll have some text, inside this text we'll have a span, and for the clock icon we'll have another span. And as we have to underline after this text, so that's why inside this we'll have a span, and we make its parent relative, and here we'll have absolute. We will simply define bottom 0, then we'll have left 0, then we'll have w full, and then we'll make height will be 0.05. okay, then we'll have busy below 200, and we'll add some opacity. For example, opacity will be 60. Okay, So right now I think it's okay. So let me check it here. So where is our design? So this is our design, so it's okay. But now we'll have to fix these this clock icon. We'll have to make it animated. Look, it's blinking. Look, this is blinking. How you can make this type of thing? So for this, actually we'll target this span and add some colors, add some styling, and here we'll have to define some css. We'll make it inline block, so it will be inline block. And after then what we'll do, we'll have margin left 2, and finally we'll call animate false. Okay, so this will actually make blinking effect, something like this. If you check your application, you can see it's blinking. Okay, so it's actually blinking. So after then, actually look, we'll have some text here. So let me design this text, and after this h1 actually we'll have a p and we'll paste this. Okay, so we can simply apply some css to this paragraph. We'll have class name. We can simply say that would be bg gray or text gray. Sorry, it will be text gray 600. Then we'll have text large. Then we'll have on medium device, we'll have text xl, and finally we will define max w xl. Okay, something like this. Now right now our text is okay, fine. And after then what you will have to do, after then you will have to change the input field. We'll have to make this input field and button. Okay, so for doing this, what you will do, after this paragraph you can take another div, and inside this div we'll have a input. Okay, we'll have a input for this input field, and we can make it type will be email, so that anyone can just submit an email. We don't need this name and id for now. We'll have a placeholder, and we can say it will be email address. Okay, so now we'll have to apply some css. We'll have by default. Okay, so sorry, it will be class name. By default we'll make it flex 1. Then we'll have some padding 6 py 4. Then we'll have border. Then we'll have border gray. Border gray will be 200. Then we'll have rounded xl. Then we'll make it focus will be outline none. Where is outline none? Here is outline none. And finally when actually focus, we can simply say we'll have border blue. So border blue will be 600, something like this. Then on focus actually we'll apply ring, so we'll have ring 2 something. And obviously on focus we'll have ring color blue, and we'll make it on 100. And finally we'll have transition all. Okay, something like this. Now if you check it, you can see you will have something like this. And then you need a button. So let me just take a button here. So after this input, and let me just format this code. So if you want to format, let me format this document. And after the next input actually you will need a button. So your button will be a arrow, something like this type of arrow. So this type of arrow, you can just copy this arrow or just search arrow, and then arrow text, arrow symbol, or okay, symbol is okay, fine. We'll have to copy this type of arrow. So I simply copy this, and now simply paste it here. And we can say this will have some classes. We will define busy blue 600. Then we'll have text white. then we'll have px8 py4, then we'll have rounded xl, then we'll have something like this. When someone actually hover, we'll have bz blue 700, then we'll have cursor pointer, then transition all, transition wall. Finally we'll have, when someone hover, we'll have shadow lg. Okay, and when hover, we'll have some blur effect, so shadow blue, something like this, 200 or 300. Okay, let me check it. And finally, if I check our website, if you hover, look, it's actually applying. So after then, we need some spacing and all the stuff. So for doing this, we'll target this parent div, and here we will have to make it flex. We'll have gap 3, and we will define a max width, so max w will be md. And right now, after doing that, you can see we'll have something like this. So our left section is done. Now we'll have to design our right section, and on the right section we will have this image. So for doing this, actually here you can see we'll have a div, and we need to customize this div for the image. And here actually we will simply define an image, but before that let me define a div, and inside this div we'll take a img. And for the image, actually let me import the image. We'll have import, here will be hero image. Okay, from actually we will have image on assets folder. You can see we will have a hero image, so this is our hero image. We'll simply copy this name and back to here. At first we'll go to assets folder, then we will have to type your hero image name, and after then you can use this dynamically here on the src. So that's why we'll have curly braces, and then hero image, we can just add the alt text, so that is actually hero image. And finally what you will do, let me define here, we'll simply say it will be relative, and for the image we'll simply define this will be, so rounded lg, then we'll have relative also, then we'll have z index 10. We can simply, when someone hover, it will be a scale, so we'll define the scale will be 1.02, something like this. And finally we'll have transition on transform, so transition on transform, and duration 300. Okay, so finally we will apply some css to the parent div of the div, and here we will make sure by default margin top will be 16 for the small device, but on medium device we don't need additional margin to top, so that's why, so top will be 0, and by default p left will be 0, but on medium device we'll need some padding left, so that is actually 12. So our design is complete. Let me check it. So we'll have something like this, but can you guess, you need some shadow type things. So how you can make this type of things here? So look, our website has no shadow. Okay, so how you can make this type of shadow, and I will show you in the next video. Okay, now at this moment I will show you how we can apply this type of gradient effect on the left top corner. Okay, so how we can just achieve this type of appealing styling, and right now we'll have something like this. It's very simple design, and we want to improve this. So for doing this, let me go back here, and we will simply close hero section, and we will back to our app.js. Here at first let me assign a main tag here, so we'll just self close it, or we'll simply close it. And after then, actually look, we'll have to apply some css here. We can simply make it relative, then we will simply give a minimum height, screen size, and finally we'll make overflow x-axis hidden. Okay, something like this. And after then, let me take a div, and inside this div we will paste all of this stuff, and let me just formatting it a little bit. Okay, so after then here actually we simply say we'll have class name, and we will say overflow by default hidden. So overflow by default hidden here. If need, we can just change it, but right now it's okay. And after then for the gradient effect, look for this type of gradient effect, we can simply say a div here, and this div will have some classes only. So here we'll apply some gradient effect. So as we define its parent is relative, now we can simply apply absolute based on this relative. Okay, so here we'll make it absolute design, and here on the top actually we will define minus top 28. Okay, and for the left we'll define minus left 28. Okay, something like this. Then we will define some width. So our width will be 500 pixel, and we'll have some height. So we'll have something like this, 500 pixel. Okay, so right now let's add some gradient. So for doing this, we'll have busy gradient, and we'll apply the direction. So our busy gradient will be top right corner. Okay, so from top to right. Okay, something like this. Then we'll have to apply some color. So we'll apply for applying our starting color, and here we'll apply indigo 500. Okay, now if you check, we will have something like this, but it's actually not perfect, but we'll have something like this. So next what we'll do, we'll have add some opacity. So that's why we'll have from indigo 500, and we'll make it opacity 20%. Then we will apply our second color. So that is actually redirect to, we'll have pink type color. So pink will have 500, and we'll also apply some opacity 20%. So right now if you check, you will have something like this. Okay, but then what you will do, look, we have to achieve something like this. So that's why next we can just define rounded full, and then we'll apply some blur effect. We'll have custom blur, blur, and we'll have a custom blur, for example 80 pixel. And then everything is fine. Let me check it. So you will have something like this. So but if you just make more appealing, you can just apply some z indexing. So that would be 10, and then you can just make it minus, because it will just behind. Okay, so right now your gradient is working perfectly. Look, it's working perfectly. And if you check on mobile device, you can see you will have something like this, and if you increase, your gradient will be based on it. So look how this effect is working. You can simply make your gradient effect by using a simple div with a styling. And I hope you enjoyed this. And in the next, actually what you will have to make in the next video, we'll have to design our logo animation section. Then we will have our about section. Okay, so let's design the logo animation section. We will have some text, and our logo will be, look, if you hover, it's appealing. Look, its original color will be shown. So we will have to make this type of logo animation in the next video. Okay, so now it's most interesting section. We'll have to make this type of logo animation. Okay, so we'll have some text here. So for doing this, before that, let me close this unnecessary tab. I just worked for it. And now go back to the Visual Studio Code. Here we'll have to create a new component, as we're working for a new component about company logo animation, something like this. You can just rename it, for example, company logo or logo animation, something like this. You can just depend on based on your choice. I just make a component something like this, and then we will simply, after this hero section, we'll import it. So this is actually company logo. And then right now, if you check your website, you will have your company logo at the top bottom corner. And after then we'll have to apply some CSS. Okay, so here what you will do, you can simply define some class name. We'll define wfull. We'll have wfull, then we'll have container, so we'll have mx auto, then we'll have some padding, so py20. Then what we can do, we can have something like this. We'll have by default, let me define, we'll have some flex. We'll have on a small device, we'll have flex row. By default, we'll have flex column. And finally, on a small device, we'll have flex item center. On a small device, we'll have item center actually. And then by default, we'll have item start. Okay, something like this. I think it's okay for now. If needs something, then we'll just apply that later, but we'll have company logo here. Okay, you can apply some px. So our padding px will be 4 for now, or on a small device we can have px 6, and for large device we'll have px 8. Okay, so now we'll have something like this. And after then, what we can do, so after then, look, we need the text here, so for presenting our text. So for doing this here, actually after this we'll have a div and we'll just provide our text. So proud partner add, will apply a line break. So we'll have a sport, and we will have segment segment. Okay, something like this. Now if you check, we'll have this text. Then we will apply some styling on this text. Here we'll have class name. We will simply define a width. So our width will be by default a custom width of 300 pixel, and here we'll have shrink 0. So we'll have shrink 0. Then I think we'll have some text color, so gray 600 is okay for now. And we'll have border left. We will simply define border left 4. We'll have border blue color, so blue 500. So we'll apply some standard blue color. We'll have background white. Okay, and finally we'll have padding top and bottom. We'll have py2. We'll have z indexing 10. And now on a small device we'll have text base size, and by default text will be Excel size, and we'll have font semi bold, something like this. Okay, and by default we can just say text will be left. Okay, so text left align. Now if you check, you will have something like this. The padding is not working. Let me check why the padding is not working. Or isn't we apply some padding? We should have to do that type of padding. So for doing this, here we can simply apply px 8, and now if I just see, we have this type of padding. If it's too much big, you can just reduce it. So px 5 or 6 is okay. So we'll have something like this, and after then we'll have to animate our logo. So for applying our logo, at first we'll have to import some of our logo at the beginning. So let me import logo. So here at first we'll have select, so SLA seek select from, actually we'll have assets folder, and then after this assets, you can see inside this assets we'll have select logo. We'll simply copy the logo name and paste it here, and then we'll have something like this. Let me copy it. We'll have to press shift alt and down arrow. So for example, we'll have total 5 logos, so we'll just simply copy it. The second one here, we'll have to define Amazon, and here actually for the Amazon logo, where is the Amazon? Here is the Amazon. We'll copy it and paste it for the second one. Then for the third one, we'll have WooCommerce. So let me copy this. Okay, we'll change it WooCommerce, and let me just change this text. Then we will have this logo. We'll copy, paste it here. We'll have Mendes, and then lastly we'll have side point. So where is the side point logo? Let me check. Okay, this is the side point. We'll copy it change the text from here, and we'll have changed here. So all the image and asset we have imported here, and then after this let me define an array. We'll have const logos, and here based on the imported image we'll make a array. So at first we'll take Slack. So this is the array of the logo image. We'll have Amazon, we'll have WooCommerce, then we'll have Mentis, and finally we'll have SitePoint. Okay, so after just defining a array of a logo, we'll take a div, and inside this we'll just map the logo. So that's why we'll have logos.map, and then here we'll every time get logo and index. Then we'll have something like this. We'll have parentheses, and after then we'll simply present image, and we'll just present the image here. So we'll have logo, and for the alt tag actually we can just say something like this: company logo. And now if you check your website, you will have all the logo. So if you have all the logo, you can customize it. So let me define some class name here. We can say max mx, that means merge into the x and x-axis. We'll have 12, we'll have height 8, we'll have width 36. We will have object contain. So object will be contain. We'll have grayscale. Then we'll have by default opacity 70% or 75%. I think 70% is okay. When actually hover, we'll have grayscale 0. And now when actually someone hover, we'll have opacity 100%. Okay, so opacity will be 100%. And finally we'll have transition wall. Okay, transition wall. Finally, if you check, look, we'll have something like this. Now you can apply some flex here. So we'll have flex, then we'll have white space. So white space, no wrap, and now you can see we'll have something like this. Okay, but for now we'll have to apply some animation. So for applying animation, how you can make this type of animation? So this is actually marquee type animation, and that's why here we can just add a class. So our class is actually, we'll say animate, and we'll say it will be marquee, MARQUE. Okay, now we'll define a custom animation using CSS. So for doing this, actually for the custom animation, what you will do, you can go to the app.css. Here you take a class, and here you can simply say what you will do, you will have to simply say animation, and you will just define a name of the animation. So that is actually marquee, and here we'll have a delay, so 25 seconds. Here we'll make the animation will be linear and infinitive. And for the animation, actually let me define a keyframes. So keyframes, then we'll write the animation name, and inside it actually we'll have 0%, and we'll simply say this will be transform. We'll have transform, and we'll say translate x, and we say it's start with 0, and when actually 100%, we'll have defined transform translate x, it's actually 50%. Okay, so now our animation is perfectly working. Look, this animation is perfectly working. If you need more logos, you can go back to the company logo section, and here you can duplicate the logos. So increase logo or duplicate logos. Okay, so for doing this, you can simply copy this and paste it here. Okay, and now you can see, so everything is perfect, but you need a little bit customization. Here we need a key, so key props will be index, and for these actually here on this image we'll have key, and we'll have to just provide a unique key. So that's why we'll have backtick, we'll just rename it duplicate, and then we can just define $sign curly braces and say it's actually index. Okay, so now this is perfect. We'll have our logo and everything. And if you check, look, so this is something like this, but here we need to make it hidden. So look where actually logo is coming. So logo is here. We'll have to make it a little bit hidden. So for doing this, here what you can do, we can simply apply overflow hidden. Okay, so now if you do this here, let me change, we'll have to do a little bit customization. Still require, you can simply apply something like this. We can remove all of these stuff from here, and now I think this is actually perfect. Okay, so no logo is just showing here. Okay, finally we are ready. And if you check it on a small device, let me check it. Look here, we need some spacing. So for the spacing, actually what we can do, we can simply add some padding top, or you need some, you can apply some actually where is, you can just apply some gap. So we'll have a gap of 8 for now, and now you can see it's perfect. Okay, it's perfect. So after then, next what you will have to do, next we'll have to make these section as a more section. Then we'll have how we can help your business section. Okay, so this is inside actually about us section. Okay, so by the way, so look here, if you click, so nothing happens because you haven't add an ID for the hero section. So let me add the ID. If I just define an ID here, so our ID will be, so this will be actually home. And now if you click, look, so right now if you click, look, it's actually working. Look, this is actually working. Click here, it's working, though the this is actually not much smooth, but it's working. So how you can fix it? So for fixing it, you can either go to index.css and simply define HTML, and here we can simply just add an scroll behavior, and we can simply define smooth, and we can additionally apply so a scroll to top, so a scroll to top or something like this. What it will be, will have a scroll to top probably. So scroll scroll padding top, so we'll have a scroll padding top, and you will simply say it will be 100 pixel, so something like this. And after applying these, actually it will have a smooth animation look. So if you click now, the animation is very smooth. Okay, so next we'll just make our about us section, and our about us section contain these two sections. Okay, so after the logo animation section, what you will have to do, we will have to design these as a more section. And here actually this is a purpose section where we'll have some text here and then 2 bullets point. Okay, so for doing this, what we'll do, we'll back to the Visual Studio Code. Let me close everything, and right now we will have to create a new components. Inside this components folder, the components name could be, so this would be purpose section, something like this. Okay, then we'll have JSX RFC reactor functional component, and let me import it after the company logo. So this is purpose section. Okay, so now if you check your website, now you will see your purpose section is here. At the beginning we need some background color, so here you can see we have some background color. For this background color on this purpose section, we can just convert this to section element, and here also section we will define some CSS. Here we will have by default with full, so w full. Then we will have some background color, so the background color would be bg gray 50 or something like this. Then we will have to define padding top and bottom, so that would be 16, and we'll define it px4 for padding left and right, and on the medium device we'll have px8, and by default for a small device it could be have px6. Okay, So after then, if you check your website right now, you can see you have something like this. Then you will have to move to this same alignment. So for doing that, actually what you will do here, inside this we'll have another div, and now we will say we'll have class name, and we will define max width 6xl, and mx auto is okay for now, mx auto. Okay, so then inside it, actually look what you need. Inside it you need these two things. Actually here you will have some text, and here another section. That means we'll have a div here and we'll have another div here. Okay, so for doing this, actually let me take a div, and this div, first div, contain two things. At first it will contain this text. Look, this is the subtitle or something like that text. We'll have a paragraph here, and we'll have a paragraph here, and inside this we'll just keep achieve more, and then we'll have to some styling here. What we will do, we can just simply define it will be text sm size, then we'll have text purpose, purple, this is a color, so purple will be 600 or something like that. Then we'll have font medium, and I think margin bottom 2 is okay for now. So now if you check your website, you will have something like this. Okay, so then what next? So after then we will have a h2. So we'll define a h2, and for this h2, actually our text is something like this. Look, our text is something like this. We can copy it and paste it to here. So here what we will do, here we will have to define some styling. We will define class name. We'll say text will be by default 3xl. Then we will say on medium device we need to control the width, so that's why here width will be 4/5. Then by default our width will be full, so no worries. Then we can have, say, on medium device we can just define the text size 4xl, and font will be bold, and finally we'll have gray color, so that would be text gray, and the value will be 900, something like this. Now if you check your website, then you can see you will have something like this. Though it's actually not properly working, we'll have to just do more working here. So here on this div we can simply say it will be the parent div. So here what we can say, we can simply define these will be by default. Okay, let me just take another div. We need to just apply grid layout, so to make the same thing. So that's why here we'll just take the above div, it will be by default grid. Then we'll make it on medium device by default grid calls 3 is okay. Then we will have default grid calls 1 for a small device, and we will apply some gap 8. Okay, so now if you check, you will have something like this. Look, you will have something like this. Then after this, look, this is our text for heading, so heading text, and now we need to make this section. That means we will have the bullet point section, and for doing this we'll have another div to this div, and this is, let me add a comments. So bullet points. Okay, so for the bullet points, what you will do, so for the bullet points, actually look, inside these actually we need to render our feature. So our feature has two things, we'll have something like this and this also. That's why I already provide an data.js file inside assets folder, so check that. And here you will have a feature section. You can simply copy this section back to your purpose section, you can keep it here, and now we will simply map it. So you can map it here. So inside these, actually inside this div, we can simply take a curly braces and we'll map the features. So then every time we get a single feature, okay, and obviously we will get index. then we will have array parenthesis, and inside these actually we'll take a div, and each div can have another div for icon, or you can just present it using okay, div is okay for now. Here we would like to present our icon, so it would be inside this feature look will have icon. So if you now present it and go back to your website, you can see you will have two icon. Then after these actually, after this, what you will do, after this icon you will have to just present your text. So that's why we will take a div, and then we will have a h3. We'll say this will be feature dot, and we'll present title. So now we'll have our title, and lastly we need to present our text. So that's why here we can say we will have a paragraph, and we will present feature. So we'll present features dot description. Okay, so right now we can see we will have all of this. So now we will design this. So for designing for the paragraph actually, we can simply say class name will be text gray 600. It's okay. Then for this h3 we will have simply define text excel size, then we'll have font semi bold, then we will have text gray something like this 900, and margin bottom will be 2. And finally on these actually, on this div for this icon here, we can simply define some width. So width will be 12, height will be 12, then we have to make it flex. We'll have items center, we'll have justify center, and we'll have rounded LG. Okay, LG something like that. And finally if you check, we'll have something like this. If it's not okay, you can remove this styling. Actually you can remove this, then I think you will have something like this. Though it's not properly working, we will have to keep it. So instead of start item center, we can just simply define item starts. So that is it working? Okay, now it's actually we'll have to make it center, and let me change it. It will be so justify start. So let me check. I think it's perfect right now. Okay, fine. Now so after doing that, what you will have to do, you will have to target this div, will have to provide a key props, and it will be index. And after then we'll have to add some css. Our css will be something like this. We can say our main css will be by default flex. We'll have items start, and finally we'll have some space x4. Okay, so now you can see we'll have something like this. And finally what you will do, we'll target this div and apply some css. Here we will have to say by default we will have to say it will be column span. So that means we will span, or it will take 2 of the width of this heading. Okay, so it's taking the double width of the heading. Okay, so after then we'll say it will be grid, and we will define grid by default calls 1 on medium devices. We'll give it grid call 2, and we'll have justify between. We'll add some gap, so g8 is okay. And now if you check, you will have something like this. Though the text is the top, we can just simply say instead of items start, we can simply say item center is okay. So now okay, no, it's actually not perfect. Let me remove this. Actually we can simply keep it something like this, and I think it's much better for now. And if you check it on a small device, let me check it. So here we'll have okay, so everything is fine, our design is now okay. So after then what next, we'll have to make this section. Okay, so we'll have to make this section, and for making this type of section, let me break down the design. So at first we will have a section. So this is our section. Okay, so let me mark it. So this is our first section. Inside this section we'll have three things. Okay, so look here, this is our first section for actually heading and text. Then we need another section. This is our second section of where we'll keep our icons and some text and description, and finally we'll have a button section. So that means we'll have three things here. At first we will have a heading section, then we'll have a grid section for this type of designing, and then we'll have thirdly this section. Okay, so after visualizing this design style, so let me do this. Okay, so for doing this, we'll back to the Visual Studio Code, and here we'll have to create a new component. So from here we will create a new component. Look, let me keep this data to the first section so that we can just keep it there, and inside this we'll click this components folder. Let me click a new file, and here we'll rename it something like this, feature section. So features section, something like this. Okay, .jsx. Let me take a React functional component, and finally we'll have to import it. Okay, let me just keep this app.jsx here. Okay, so after this purpose section, we'll just import features section. Okay, features section. So featured section is here, and now if you check it your website, you can see you have featured section here. So for the featured section, let me style it. At first we'll have to make it section, and this is actually a semantic tag, and then we'll apply some CSS here. At first we'll define max width. So max width will be 7xl. So we'll define a maximum width of the container, then we'll have mx auto so that it can be on center position. Then we will have to add some padding. We'll apply some padding px4 for the thing, and we'll apply some padding to the top and bottom 16, something like this. And right now if you check, you will have something like this. Okay, so then what you will have to do, look here, as we just already defined, we need something like this. We will have three div or three sections. So that's why here let me define, we will have three things. At first we'll have heading text. Okay, then we need box. So we need box for features or feature box. Let me define features, paturs featured box. Then we will have button. Okay, so something like this. So at first let me take a div, and here we can simply include a h2, and we can say something like this. So let me just copy this text, and we'll back to here, and after then we will have to copy this simple paragraph here. Okay, so I think paragraph is here. Okay, so now let's style. We will apply some CSS to the paragraph, and the paragraph will be text by default gray 600, and for this h2 we can simply say it will be, so simply by default text 3xl, then font bold, and finally we'll define margin bottom 4. Okay, and to the parent div of the paragraph and heading, here we can just simply say text will be center position, and then we'll have margin bottom 12. Okay, so now if you check your website, you will have something like this. Okay, so after then what you can do, so after then you will have to move to the second section. So second portion is we'll have to make a grid of the styling, so of the box. So that's why here after this div, look, we'll have a comments inside this. Actually we'll have a take a div, and now we'll present our features from a data I have given. Look, after these features we'll have a feature section data, and here we'll have to copy this section. So simply copy this and keep it either top of 8 or something like this, and now here you can map it inside this div. So we'll have curly braces, we'll have features, and then we'll map it. Every time we'll get a single feature, so feature, and we'll get index, then finally we'll have arrow, we'll have parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we'll have another div. Okay, so we'll have another div. So inside this div, look, So inside this div you will have three things. If I break down it again, look inside this div. Inside this div will have three box, and each box containing, look, its box containing an icon, a h3, and a paragraph. So that means here we'll have to just create this type of designing. So inside this div actually we'll have a div. So we'll have a div for the icon, and how we can present it. For example, inside this we can have another div for the icons. We can simply present it by using feature dot icon, and now here we can simply say some styling. We can just say text will be 3xl. Okay, then here we will have this div section, and we'll just apply some css. We'll define width will be 24, then height will be 24, then we'll define rounded full, and we'll have to define margin bottom 6. Will have by default flex item center and justify center, so that the icon will be on center position. And now if you check, you will have something like this. So you will have something like this. Okay, but there is no background color. So how to define the background color? Okay, so for defining some background color, we can just add style property. So if you directly add a style property, at first you will have to take style attribute, then you will have to take parentheses, and inside these actually you can simply say, so you will have background color, and you conditionally say if index equal 0. If it's true, then we'll apply some background color, something like this f1 ef f0, something like this. Otherwise we will have conditionally say, we'll have another condition index equal 1, then we can simply say, otherwise here our background color will be f e7 e7, something like this. And lastly we'll define if the first two on is actually not true, we can apply css. For example, we'll have hash f 3 e4, something like this. And now if you check it, you will have those colors, and I think it's perfect. We can just change the first value a little bit so that it will be more appropriate. Here we can simply, instead of 0, we can define a d. So now this is okay. So after defining all of these stuff, what next? Okay, so here actually look, we need to make it side by side. So that's why on the parent of it we can have apply grid here. So that's why on this div we'll have define class name and say it will be by default grid. Okay, then we'll have grid calls by default on a small device, and then on medium device we'll have grid call 3, and finally we'll have to add some gap. So gap 8 is fine perfectly. Now you can see we'll have something like this, though this is actually not on center position. So how to make it on center? Okay, so for making it on center, let me check it. It will be fixed within a few seconds. Let me just add a border so to check up it. Okay, so we'll have something like this. We need to move this icon to the center position. Okay, so for doing this, what you can do, so let me just fix it. Here we'll have a div. We need to define a key props, and here we'll say this will be index, and then we'll have to apply some css to this div. So here the css will be something like this. We can say it will be flex, then it will be by default flex column. Okay, and finally we'll say item center, and padding will be 6. So right now if you check, look, it's now on center position and perfect. Okay, after then we can remove our border. We don't need this border here. Okay, finally, so we'll have a div for icon, and then we need the text. So that's why here we'll have another div. Okay, we can have another div, or we can directly define a strip. So if you don't need any additional div, you can simply present your h3 here. So let me define feature dot will have title, and now lastly we need a paragraph, so that would be description, so that would be feature, so let me curly braces, okay, feature dot description. Okay, now if you check, you will have something like this. Now let's design it. So for this h3 we can simply say it will be for this h3 it will be text to excel size, okay, and we'll have font medium, and finally we'll define margin bottom 3. And for this paragraph actually we will define class name and say it will be text gray 500, and text will be center, okay, and obviously this text will be center, so that's why here we can simply say text will be by default center position. I think text center is perfect for now. Let me check it something. Okay, it's perfect. So after this defining this, if you just need a button, something like this, so for this button what you can do, for this button actually you don't need to define anything, you just take a div here. So look, we'll have already comments, we'll take a div, and inside this div we'll have a button, and our button say become a partner, okay, and here we'll add some styling. We'll have background color, so busy blue, blue 600 is okay. We'll have text white color, then we'll have cursor pointer, so cursor pointer, then we'll apply some padding to the x-axis, so padding 8, and py will be 3, then we'll have rounded full. We will have font medium. We'll have when someone hover, we'll apply busy blue 700 something like this. Then we'll have transition on color, so it will apply transition on color and it will be relative, okay. And finally, okay, so finally, why actually we just define it relative, look here we'll have some shadow, or if you don't want that you can simply define some shadow. So we'll have some shadow to excel. So if you check right now, something like this, and you can additionally define backdrop, so backdrop blur 200. So I think it's okay, but you need something like this type of shadow, you can just additionally do this way, okay. The perfect way is you will have a relative here, so you will have a relative, and then after this button we'll have a after this text we will have a div, and here actually we'll define some shadow. So for example, we'll have class name, we'll have absolute because its parent is relative, then we'll define z index 10 minus 10 actually, then we'll have w full and ace full, then we will have rounded full, then we'll define background blue 600. So 600, we'll add some opacity, for example 30%, then we'll have blur, so blur will be excel size, then we'll have top 0 and left 0. So if you now check your application, look, you will have something like this, if you need more effects, then you can just reduce the opacity of background color and see it's actually working perfectly. And you need to move it to the center position, so that's why we will have a div. We can simply add styling, we will say this will be text center, and we'll have to add margin top 12. And now if you check it, you can see it's working perfectly. So after doing that, what next? Look, when someone click, it will be home, and if someone click about, it need to move to this section. So for doing this, actually we will have to just open this purpose section, and here we'll have to add a id. So as its id is actually about something like this. Now if you just say, if you click home, it's home, you are seeing this hero section. If you click about us, it's just showing you this section, okay. So I hope you understand this, and in the next video actually we will cover this schedule section, and then we'll have monitor section and then we'll have pricing, and we will have to complete it on by on. Okay, so now let's make this section a schedule section, and here what we'll have to do, let me break down it. At first you will have a section something like this, and inside this section you will have a div. Look, you will have a div, and you will break this div actually in between two sections. Okay, so we'll have two group. One is actually for the image, so this is actually our first div. Then we'll have a second div. Okay, then the second div contain three things. Look, we'll have contain three things. One is actually for the subheading, then one is for the actually title or heading, then we'll have a paragraph here, and finally we'll have a button. Okay, so we'll have four things or four items here, so that's why we'll have to break down this design, and let's do it. So for doing this, let me close this, and here what you will have to do after these, actually after this you will have a schedule section. So inside this component folder we'll have to say schedule. Okay, so schedule section, schedule section. Okay, something like this. Let me JSX RFC reactor functional component. So okay, I just make a mistake to rename it, for example JSX. Okay, now it's okay. RFC reactor functional component. Now add it to the below of feature section, so schedule section, and now your schedule section is here. Look, your schedule section is here. We'll have to design it based on our needs, so that's why we'll back here we'll have to convert it to section. Okay, then inside this we'll have to apply some styling. We'll make a max width, so max width will be 7xl. Then we'll have mx auto, and we need to add some padding. px4 is okay for now, py16 is better, and on medium device we'll have to add additional padding to the top and bottom, so that would be py24. And here you can see your section is something like this here. Okay, so as I said, our design will have containing tooltip. Okay, so for doing this we will take a parent div. Let me take a parent div, and inside this div we'll have left section, and we'll have right. Okay, we'll have right section. Let me add a comments, so right section. Okay, so let me take a div, and here this is actually left div, and here we'll have a div, this is right. Okay, and now look, we'll have to make it side by side, so that's why to its parent we'll have to apply flex. So here if we just define flex, look, this is right now side by side, and if you want to need gap to this, then you can simply define by default flex call. It will be column on small devices. We'll have to define it when medium device, it will be flex row, and finally we will make it item center and justify between to take a spacing in between them, and finally we'll have to apply gap of 12, and on medium device our gap will be larger, so gap will be 24. And now if you check, you will have something like this. This is your left section, this is your right section. Okay, so now on the left section we will have a image. So for doing this, instead of this text we'll have a image. So how you can define it, inside it actually we'll have a image, and let me import our image. We'll have to import our image, so image will be schedule image, and it will come from actually // we'll have assets folder, and inside this assets folder, look, we'll have a schedule image. So let me check it. For example, it's actually starts, so this is the image. We can simply copy the name of it, then back to here we'll paste it here. Okay, now we will present it dynamically, so that's why curly braces will have a schedule image. Okay, now we can just add all text, so schedule image something like this. And for then next we can add some styling. So we can say our image will be by default w full, and we can say it will be auto. And on this div actually we can say this will be taking the half of the width, so that's why we can just define on medium device it will take half of the width, and by default it will take full width. Okay, so that's why w full. And now if you check you will have something like this. Look, this is okay. And now we'll have to design the right section, and for doing this actually you will have to focus this section. Okay, at first you need to have a subheading, okay, something like this. Okay, then you will have a heading, then you will have paragraph, and then button. Okay, so for doing this on the right section here, at first let me define the same thing. We'll have class name, we'll have on medium device half of the width, and on a small device we'll have full width. Okay, and inside it, as we need subheading, we can just define a paragraph, and we say this will be a schedule. So we can just copy it for now because I want to reduce the video duration, so that's why I am just doing copy paste. We'll have a schedule. We can apply some styling here. So for example here we'll define text will be variance 500, and we'll have font semi bold. Okay, semi bold. Now you can see you will have something like this. Okay, after then what you will have, you need to have a h2, and you can say it will be this text. Let me copy this text and keep it here, and let me do a format here. Okay, and look here, after this business you need a line break, so I will keep something like this. And on h2 we can say simply it will be by default text free excel. Then we will have on medium devices we'll have text for excel, then we will have font bold, then we will simply say text navy 900. Let me take navy colors. Is it available? If not, we can just add neutral color, and we can just define margin top 4 and margin bottom 6, something like this. Okay, and after then if you check your application you will have something like this. Okay, you will have 2 lines here, and after then you need this paragraph, so I just copy this paragraph, go back here, and after this h2 we will have a paragraph and we'll paste it. So for this paragraph actually here we can simply say our text color will be text gray 600, and we'll define margin bottom 8. Okay, finally look, finally we need this button. Okay, if you hover you can see the effect. Okay, the arrow is just moving to the right direction. Okay, so for doing this type of thing, what you will do, so here we can take a anchor. By default we can define a hash here, and inside this we can have the text. So let me just take this text, we'll have something like this. Then the next thing that we will have to need a arrow icon. So for this arrow icon you can use so React icons. You can go to React icons and let me so search arrow, and you can choose any type of arrow. For example, let me check simple type of arrow. I think this is okay. So for now we will have to import it at first. Let me copy it and keep it at the top of your application. Then here you will have to simply copy this, and then you will have to paste it here. Okay, we can simply define some classes here. So we'll define the width, so width will be 5 and height will be 5. Okay, then okay, on this edge, on this anchor here we can simply say it will be by default text blue color. So blue will be 500. Then we'll have font semi bold. We will have by default flex item center, and then we'll have gap 2. When actually hover it will be gap 4, and we will apply transition, so transition wall. Okay, so right now I think it's okay. So let me check if it's working or not. So for doing this here, look, it's perfectly working. So if you need it a little bit, you can increase the size. You can simply, instead of using differently width and height, you can use the size attribute, and here you can just simply say it will be 8. So now you can see it's much better. Okay, so the effect is working perfectly. And after then, in the next video, we'll make this section. We'll have something like this section, and it's actually very easy to make, or we can just do it in this video because it's not much big. So only you will have to change the border of this image and the text. So for doing this, let's do this. So this is actually the section. It's about, after a schedule, you need to about monitor section. So let's do it in this video. We don't need to additionally do it on the next video. Here we'll have to create a component, and this component will be monitor section, and this will be a JSX component, RFC, React functional component, and we can simply import it here. So let me define monitor section, and here on this monitor section we can simply copy the schedule code. So we can simply copy the whole code, okay, and paste it here. We need the image, so instead of a schedule image, we'll have to use a image for actually so let me import a image which will be monitor card image, something like this. Then it will be from, we'll have to say it will came from assets folder. So that's why after assets, let me check. So it's actually something like this monitor card. Where is, okay, this is the card. We'll simply copy it and paste it here, and instead of a schedule image, we'll make it monitor image. And now if you check, okay, we need the icons. So let me copy this icons, or you can just simply just import it by doing this way. Now if you check, you will have this look, you will have the same things, but you need to change the border of the image. So if you need to change the border of the image, you can simply card this div and paste it after the left comments, and only card this image and keep it after this right version. Okay, so now if you check, you will have something like this. You will have this on a schedule, and this is actually on for actually monitor. Now you can change the text. For example, this monitor will be something like this. We'll have to define the color, so this will be green 500, something like this. And now you can see, so this color is okay. Now we need to change the text. We'll copy this, and for this actually we can paste it here. And right now, and see, you will have something like this text. If you increase the width, then you can additionally define on medium device, we'll have a width of 3/5 or something like this. So right now we can see it's perfect. If you need more, you can say something like 4/5 or something like this. Let me check it. It's perfect. Okay, so this section is done. In the next video actually we will have to make this pricing with this carousel. Okay, so we'll have to make this type of carousel here. Okay, so now for this pricing section, we will have to break down this design at first. So let me break down it. At first, you will have a section, something like this. Okay, you will have a section. Inside this section, you will have a div, as our previous design has. So inside this div, we will have 3 divisions. Actually, we can break down it. At first, we'll have a heading. Then we will have a box for actually starter and business packs, and finally we will have another div containing our product information, slider, and a get started button. So that's why, look here, we will have the first section where we'll have a heading. Then this is the second section where you will have pricing. Then we'll have slider here with some text and button. So this is our design breakdown, and we'll have to follow this strategy. So for doing this, let me close it, and here right now we'll have to define a new components, and this is actually pricing section. We can simply say pricing section, Okay, .jsx will simply say rfce, and now we'll have to import it after this monitor section. So pricing section, and now let's see here our website. Let me just close all of this unnecessary stuff. Okay, only left this. So here you can see your price section is here. So next thing what you will have to do, we need to convert it to the section, so using semantic tag, and here we will have to define some padding to the top. So py will be 20, and by default px will be 4 for now. And additionally here, actually, look, we need to take another div, and this div contain, we will have some max width. So our max width will be 6xl. Okay, and then we will have mx auto. Okay, so after then, look, we will have right now this position. Okay, so for then, actually, to working with calculation, let me define the user state hook. Here we'll have product count, and we'll have set. Let me copy this and we'll paste it. Let me keep the p is capital here, and we will say user state, and by default we'll define our user state is 1 for actually product count. Then we'll have to calculate price based on the product count. So for doing this, let me add a comments, calculate product price based on product count. Okay, so for doing this, at first let me define a calculation for a starter price. So a starter price, and here our starter pricing will be calculated by math.round. Okay, and here inside this we will calculate by 4000, and we'll just multiply it with product count by 50. Okay, so after then we can simply copy this, and paste it below of it, and then it will say this is actually the business plan. So business price, and this will simply edit here. So 7,500,000, and here it's okay, perfect. Right now our logic is here. And next, what you will have to do, next we'll back to our designing. Inside this div, we will have a h2, and we'll say this is actually pricing. We'll have to add some css to this. So we'll have class name, we'll define text by default 3xl. Then on medium device we'll have text 4xl. Then we'll have font bold. Then we'll have text center. Then we'll have margin bottom 16. Okay, 16. And now if you check your application, it will have something like this. So this is your pricing text, and after then, look, we'll have to make this type of section. So we'll have to make this section. So this is a div, and inside this div we'll have two div. One is actually a starter and one is for actually business. So we can just break down this way. So we'll have two portions. So let's do this. After this h2 we'll have a div, and inside this div we'll have, let me add a comment. So starter plan. Okay, so let me define the div, and here for the starter plan we'll have a h3. So h3, and we say this is actually starter, and after then we'll have to show the pricing. For example, right now let me a hard-coded pricing. So that is something like this, $100 per month. Okay, /mo. So $100 per month is okay for now. And if you check right now, you can see you will have something like this. Okay, and now let's complete the designing here. For this, actually for this div, we can say this will be something like a background color. So busy white is okay for now. Then we'll have some padding p8. Then we'll have rounded lg, then we will have shadow lg, okay, something like this. And for the h3 we'll say the h3 will be text excel size, then we'll have text gray 600, then we will say this will be margin bottom 4. And finally for this paragraph we will have some class name, and we will say the text will be 3xl, and we'll have font bold, okay, and margin bottom 6. Okay, right now I think it's perfect. You will have something like this. And then what you will do, look, our starter plan is here. Now we can simply copy this div, and let me add a comments here. This is actually business plan, and here we'll paste it. Here we change the text. The text will be, this is actually for business, so this is actually for busi, business. And here what you will do, you can simply say pricing is okay for now. You don't need to much work here, so it's right now perfect. So if you check, you will have these two things. You can need to be it side by side, so that's why here on this parent div we can say it will be by default grid. We will have grid calls on a small device, and on medium device we can simply say it will be grid calls 2. Okay, we'll have to need some gap, so gap will be 8, perfect. And finally we'll have margin bottom 12. So right now if you check, you will have these two things. And finally let me make this section. This is our third section. So this is our third section, and third section contain a block for actually products and the slider, and then a block for actually text and the button. Okay, so for doing this type of thing, let me close this div, and after then we'll have another div. Okay, so for this div, actually what you will do, inside this div we will have to have a paragraph. So this is actually a text. We'll have product counts, for example we'll have 100 products for now. Okay, and then after that what you will do, so we can just do it dynamically as we have already defined our product counts here. Let me pass this user state here, and we can just add some styling. So let me define class name, it will be text center, then we'll have text gray 600, and we'll have margin bottom 4. So right now you can see you will have on products, and after this paragraph you will have a div, and inside this div you will have another div, and this div contain a span. So span will be a start from on, then it will have a input. So input will be, so this will be actually for range, so it will be range, and then we can simply define minimum. So minimum value will be 1. We don't need curly braces, we can directly define 1. And we define a max, so our max will be 50. So why actually 50? Look, we define it's 50-50. Okay, so that's why it will be 50. Then we will present the value. So our value will be, so product count, here our value will be product count. And finally we will have to make on change. So on change will be, we will just take a event, and we can simply say it will be set product count, and we will, based on the counts, will have parse int, so parse integer, and then inside it actually we will provide event.target.value. Okay, something like this. Now if you see, you can see you will have an input field here. Okay, look, if you increase this, it's actually increase the products. Okay, so if you have this, next what you will have to do, so right now after then you will have to add some styling, but before that let me define another span. So this span will be 50. So now we'll just design this block. Let me target this div, and we'll say it will be flex, it will be item center, and it will have gap 2. Okay, and for the span, fast span, we can say this will be actually text extra small. So extra small, then we'll have on a small device we'll have text sm, then we will have text gray 600. Okay, we will apply the same styling to this span. Okay, and after then inside this input field we can simply, let me rearrange it a little bit. Okay, so here we'll have some class name, and this class name will be, by default it will be flex1, and then we say height will be 2. We'll have background color bz gray 200, then we'll have rounded lg, and we'll have appearance none, cursor pointer, so cursor pointer. And now on the above of this div here actually, so this is the parent of the parent, we can simply define something like this. Here we have say this will be relative, so it will be relative, and we'll define px4. So right now if you check your application you will have something like this. Look, it's much better, but if it's too much big we can just control the width. Okay, no problem, so we can just control the width, because here we'll have a parent div. We can apply some css here. We'll define max w, and we'll define XL here, and we'll make it MX auto. So right now it's perfect. Look, we'll have something like this. We can just increase the product, but the pricing is static. So how to just define the price will be showing dynamically? So for doing this it's very simple. Look, we'll have this section, and here we are just showing our price hard coded. So here we'll show it dynamically, so that's why we'll just provide the starter price for the starter one, and for the business one we'll provide, this is actually business price. And right now if you just check it, you can see if you increase the quantity the price is increasing. Look, the price is increasing based on your just sliding. Okay, so if you increase the look, it's actually working perfectly. And is it very hard? I think it's no. Okay, after then hot next, after doing that we will have to make this text and button. So for doing this section we will have to take a new div. So for this actually, look here, after this div we'll have a new div, and inside this div, sorry, it will be a div. So let me take a div. Inside this div we will have a paragraph, and we'll say ready to get started. Okay, something like this. We can apply some css to this paragraph. We'll say this will be text XL size, then we'll have text gray 600, and finally we'll have margin bottom 4. Okay, after this we need a button. So button will be get started. Okay, and here for this button we will have class name. We will define busy blue 600, something like this. We'll have text white, so text white color, then we'll have px6 py3, then rounded lg, then we'll have when someone hover busy blue 700, and we'll apply transition on colors, and finally we'll have cursor pointer. So now I think you have okay, but on this div actually we need to make it center, so that's why we'll just define text center to make the div and the button and the paragraph to the center position, and we'll define margin top will be 12. So right now if you just do this, your sliding section is perfect. Look, your pricing section is perfect, it's working perfectly. If you hover you will have something like this effect. Okay, so I think this is okay for now, and everything is cool and clean. You can increase the slider by doing this way. Perfect. Okay, so in the next video we'll have to make this section, and then we'll have beautiful testimonial. Look, our testimonial is scrolling perfectly, and then we'll have a newsletter and our footer section. So now we'll have to make this section. Here we'll have some text and we'll have some feature card. Okay, So something like this, if you hover, you will see this type of effect. So for making this type of things, what you will have to do, okay, so at first let me break down this design as I am going to explain better way. Okay, so we'll have a complete section here. Look, this is our complete section, and inside this section we'll have a div for this. Okay, we'll have a div with a width, and inside these actually we'll have two division. We can just break down with side by side, and then on the left we will have actually a heading, paragraph, then two list item and a button, and here actually we will have a box. Look, we'll have a box, and this will divided by two portions. So that means at first you will have a section, and then you will have inside it actually you will have a div, and here actually this will be another div. Okay, so this is our main section, then we'll have this on and that on, and then let's do it one by one. So for doing this, we'll simply close it, and after then inside this component folder we'll have a new section that is actually so service section or something like that. So we can say this is actually service section, service services section, and that would be JSX component, RFC reactor functional component. Let me import it after here. So services section, and right now after doing that you can see your services section is here. So your services section is here at the top bottom bottom right left corner. Okay, so then let's design this. At first we'll have to make it section. Okay, so let me convert it to the section. We'll have some styling. So for the styling, look, for this styling what you will include, you will have to say this will be padding to the y-axis, so that is 20, and we'll say it will be container, and then we'll say mx auto will have padding to the x will be 4. We'll have on a small device px will be 6, then px will be 6, then on the large we'll have px actually 8, something like this type of styling. And now if you see you will have this. Okay, so after then what you can do, after then you will have to reach this design section. So that's why after then here we can simply define a new div, and this div will have inside this we'll have a header. So we'll have a header section, and then we'll have a cards. Okay, so service cards. Okay, so on this header we'll have a new div, and we'll say a h2 will contain this text. So let me copy this text and we'll keep it here. We'll have some styling to this h2, and we will say this will be by default text 3xl, on medium device will be text 4xl, then we'll have font bold, then we will have something like this margin bottom 6. We'll have on medium device width will be 4/5. Okay, and after this we'll have a paragraph, and let me copy this paragraph from here. We'll have this paragraph, let me paste it. For this paragraph we'll have styling, so that is actually class name. We'll have text gray 600, then we'll have text lg size, and finally margin bottom 4, and we will obviously width add a max at a width of medium device 4/5, and finally we need a div, and inside this div we'll have two things. Firstly we need these two buttons, so we'll have need this button. So for making this type of button inside this div actually we will have another div, and this div contain the first actually the thing. Here we can simply define a div, and after then this will be here we'll have a div, and after this div we'll have a span, and we'll say the text. So let me copy this text. Okay, so we'll have copy this text. So here we'll simply define some styling. So this will be, it will be flex items center, and we'll define a gap of 2, and for this div actually it will be these icons. So for doing that type of icons, we can simply define something like this. We can have width 5, then we'll have h5, then we'll have rounded full, so rounded full, then we'll have busy indigo colors 100, then we'll have flex, we'll have item center, justify center. Okay, and after then inside this div, additionally we need another div, and we'll define this will have a specific width, so width will be half of the 5, so that's why we'll define 2.5, and height will be 2.5. that means here we have 5 and we'll make it half of the width and height. So after then we'll have rounded full again, then we'll have busy indigo color, and here we'll make it 600. And now if you check, you will have something like this. So if I refresh, why the color is not applying? So here we'll have double dash. Okay, so now you can see this is perfect. So after then you can just design a little bit on the span. You can say this will be class name and text will be gray 600, something like this. Perfect. So now you can see one section is done. Now we can copy it. So you can simply copy this div and just make the second section, and now you can have these two things. You can just change the text. We'll have development bring, so we'll just change this text. Okay, after then what you'll have to do, you need some spacing, so that's why on this div you say this will space y3. okay, so right now we can see mass spacing here, so mass spacing here. Now lastly we need this button. So for this button, actually what you will do for this button, actually after our parents div, so let me close this. Here we'll take a button and we can simply define get started button, and here actually we'll have some css. We'll have margin top 8, we'll have background color, so busy indigo 600 is okay. We'll have text white color, then we'll have px8 py3, then we'll have cursor pointer, we'll have rounded full, then when someone hover we'll have busy indigo 700, then we'll have transition on colors. Okay, something like this. So after doing that, I think our left section design is perfect. Look, our left section design is perfect, and we need a little modification. For example, here on this div we can simply say it will be on medium device, it will be take half of the width, so we'll have w dash half, and by default w will be full. Okay, and here on this div actually we will make it by default this will be flex, this will be by default flex. We'll have flex column, and on medium device we'll have flex row, and we'll have item center, we'll have justify between, and finally we'll have gap of 12, and on large device we'll have gap of 24. Okay, something like this. Now you can see you will have this type of section. If you need two lines, then you can just define more optimization. Instead of 1/2, you can just be define 1/3. Okay, now you can see you will have perfect thing, and after then you have to make the designing of this section, and this is actually very easy. So here on this service card, actually here on this service card you can just simply define a div, and you will say here you will have class name, and you can simply say it will be grid, and by default grid will be grid calls 1, and on medium device you will have grid calls 2, and finally you will add some gap, so gap 8 is okay for now. Okay, finally inside it actually we will have to map our data, so that's why here go this section of data.js file, and you will copy this service section. Okay, so you will copy this service section data, so it's containing icon, title, description and link. Okay, we will simply copy this section data first and we will paste it at the top. Okay, we have to import the icons, so let me import some icons. So we'll have this type of icons. Let me define. We will import all of these icons, and finally it's okay. We will map this. So for mapping this, we'll have curly braces, we'll have services dot map, and every time we will get service and index, then we will have a arrow, we'll have parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we'll take a div. So each div will have a key prop, so our key will be index. Okay, and then inside this we will have some css. We can make it busy white color. Then we'll have max width, apply some max width of 72, and then we'll have cursor pointer. We'll have rounded 2xl, so rounded 2xl, and we'll have some padding 6. We'll have when someone just hover, it will apply some shadow xl. Then we'll apply transition on shadow, and finally we'll have duration 300. This is actually animation duration. Okay, 300 is okay. So after then, if you check, you will have something like this. So why this is actually not showing? If I refresh, you cannot see it again because here no text. So we'll have to define another div, and this will show the service icon. So let me show. We'll have service dot icon. So to present it here, now you can see we'll have 4 icons. Okay, so we can need some styling on the icon. We can simply say it will be margin bottom 4, and after this div, what you will have, you need to have a h3. So for presenting the service title, so we'll have service dot, we'll have title. Okay, we'll simply design it. For example, here we'll have text xl, then we'll have font semi bold, then we'll have margin bottom 2, and after then we'll have a paragraph. So for doing this, actually we'll have a p, and we'll say this will be service dot description, and we can add some styling here. So this will be, we can have actually text gray 600. So this is actually text color, and then we'll simply say this will be margin bottom 4. Finally, if you check, you have something like this. You need a button, so something like this read more button. So that's why after this paragraph we can have a anchor with hash or with the link. So you can simply define curly braces, you can present the link. So service dot link, and here we can just say read or learn more. Okay, learn more. Okay, so here we can have some styling. We can simply say text indigo 600 color, will have font medium, then we'll have when someone actually hover, it will be text indigo 700, will have transition on colors. Okay, transition 1 colors. So right now it's perfect. Look, something like this. This card is this card is working perfectly. Okay, so if you make something like this scaling, look, it's actually not scaling. That means you have to add some transition to this card. Here when someone just hover, you can just define a scale. A scale will be 105. So now you can see it's perfectly, but you need to improve the transition. So instead of this transition shadow, we can simply define transition wall, and now I think perfect, it's perfect. Okay, so look, it's perfectly working. So after this section, on the next video we'll have to make this testimonial section where we'll have this type of effect. Okay, after making this service section, what we'll have to do, look, if we go back to our original section, here you will see we'll have to make a testimonial section, and if you just see how it's going, you will have a slider and you can control it by clicking the arrow icons, and when the arrow is in, you cannot select it, you can go back to the previous one and see it's actually working perfectly. And if you check the responsiveness, look, I inspect it and check on a small device, and if you go to this section here, your section is something like this. It's actually super cool on mobile responsive. You can just change the slider and no card or no option is hidden. It's perfectly responsive, you can see. So it's working perfectly. And if you want to increase the size when a certain portion, you can see 2 slider, and if you increase more size, you have 3 slider per phase. So that means it's actually super responsive, and we'll design this type of responsive testimonial section right now. Okay, for doing that, at first what you will have to do, let me close it, and here we'll have to create a new component. Our component name will be testimonial section, something like this, .jsx. Let me define a RFC, React functional component, and then what we will do here, we'll have to import it on app.jsx. So let me define, so a angle bracket, so this is testimonial section, and now if you check, your testimonial section is here. So for this testimonial section, what you will do, so for this testimonial section, actually let me define, here we will have to convert it to section. Let me close it, section, and we need to add some styling. We will simply define, we will add some padding to the top and bottom, that means py, then we'll have px4, then we'll have max w 7xl, then we'll have mx auto to make it center. And right now if you check, you will have something like this, your testimonial is here. So look, we will have the heading and paragraph at the top, so that's why we'll take a div after this. So we'll take a div, and this div contain a h2 for the heading. So let me just reorder it. So here we'll have a heading something like this, and let me define the text on the h2, and we'll apply some classes here. We'll have text 3xl, then we'll have font actually bold, and on medium device we'll have text 4xl. Okay, and by default margin bottom 4, and after then we'll have a paragraph. So we will say something like this, we'll have a simple paragraph, we'll paste it here, then we can say styling, our text will be gray 600. Okay, now I think this is okay. So if you check here, it's here, we can have to move it to the center position. So that's why on this div we can simply say text will be center, and we'll define margin bottom 12. Okay, so we'll have complete this section, and after then look, we'll have to work with the section of this section. That means we'll have to work with swiper slidering here. So we'll have cards, look, we'll have one large device will have 3 cards. Okay, and then we'll have these 2 buttons for the controlling arrow. Okay, so for making this type of stuff, what you have to do, look, let me break down it. So after this div, actually let me define, so testimonials card. Okay, so here we'll have a div, and inside this div actually we'll have 2 things. First one is actually swiper card, so swiper cards, and we'll have another thing, so that is actually navigational button. Okay, we'll have 2 things. Okay, so let's start with the swiper card. So for making the swiper card here, before that let me add some css here. We'll define it will be relative, and we need to use Swiper.js to just create this type of slider. Okay, so for doing this, here let me search Swiper, so SWIper.js, and here you can see this is the Swiper.js.com. go there, and from here you can just click this get started, and look, at first you will have to install it. Let me copy it and go back to the terminal. So we'll open terminal and command npm install Swiper.js. Then here actually what you will have to do, look, after doing this, it says you will have to import these two things. You will have to do this way. You will have Swiper CSS, something like this, and you will have to import Swiper. But before that, let me show you. If you just go to the resources and go to the demos, you can see there are different options. You can check the demo of it. For example, you will have this type of Swiper, you will have this type of thing, you will have this type of thing, and we will choose actually for actually responsive design. So from here, go to the responsive breakpoints. Here is the responsive breakpoints, and if you want to work with JavaScript, so this is the core option. If you want with React, then this is for you, view and elements. I will choose this React, and let me click here. It will just land you to the codesandbox.io, and here you will get a demo. So let me reject it, and here look, so you will have the code on app.jsx. Here you can see you will have to import it on React, something like this. So I will simply just copy all of these three lines. So let me copy this, and now we will include it at the top of our application. So let me top up the application. Here we'll have a Swiper and Swiper slide from actually Swiper/React. Then we'll have import Swiper. So this is for actually CSS, and this is for actually the navigation. Okay, so CSS, instead of pagination, we can work with actually navigation. So we can just make a little changes here. It will be navigation. Okay, so if you just want this perfect code, you can just check with navigation related thing. So let me go here. So I will explore it a little bit for the navigation. So the first one, and let me open it also. So if you open it, you can just copy this code actually for the navigation related tasks. So I need these actually. Okay, I will copy it, and now we'll paste it here. Okay, perfect. So after then, we don't need this import CSS. We will apply our own CSS. So here actually we'll back to the responsive thing, and here you can see if you want to apply Swiper, you will have this way. So look, you will have this block. We'll simply copy this Swiper, and let me copy it, and I am on actually React responsive breakpoint. So I will copy it, and after this Swiper card, we'll paste it here. So if you do this now, if you back to your code, you can see nothing's here. Why actually nothing's here? So why it's actually not showing? If you inspect, then you will see what wrong. So pagination is not defined. So because I just defined the pagination, so let me remove this pagination block from here. So then it will just work. Look, if I refresh right now, it's actually working because I removed this from actually modules. Okay, so right now we can see you will have something like this. You will have this type of slider. Look, this is actually perfect working, but I don't need this type of thing. I need this type of thing. Okay, so for doing this, we need to customize it. So at first, customization will be you need some data for making the slider. So that's why you will go to data.js, and you have the testimonial data. Copy this section and back to here, keep it at the top. Okay, so keep it at the top. So we'll have data right now, and now we'll move to the Swiper section. Here we'll have to do some customization. So let's do one by one. So for this customization here, actually look, we will simply define our modules will be navigation. So here we'll simply define navigation. Okay, navigation, something like this. Now it's okay. Then here for the styling, instead of my Swiper, we will simply define testimonial Swiper. Okay, SW Swiper. Then we will have to define a margin bottom MP12, and here on the breakpoints we will just simply say one actually when 0, we will have Swiper per slide. So here actually when actually 0, we'll have Swiper per slide 1. Then when we will have this width, we can say we don't need a space between. We can say our Swiper per view will be 2. And when you are on this 1024 will have swiper part 3. Okay, so now I think it's okay. Additionally, what next? We need to add slide per view. We don't need this actually for now. We don't need we here instead of the space between we'll define this is instead of 30 we'll have instead of 10 we'll have 30, and here we'll have navigation. Okay, for navigation we will need our custom navigation, so that's why here we'll have curly braces, and then we'll have another curly braces. Sorry, we have curly braces, not actually. We'll have curly braces, and inside this curly braces we'll have another curly braces, and we'll define next element. So next element will be, so we'll add some class name. So it will be swiper is swiper dash button dash next custom. That means we'll just define our custom button. So custom custom custom. Okay, and after then we'll add a comma. So that means we'll have something like this. Then we will have next preview element, and here we'll say something like this. Okay, we'll have an extra curly braces here, so let me remove it. Okay, we for the navigational custom navigation will define navigation something like this. Let me just rearrange it. Okay, we'll have something like this. So we'll have a block for navigation. Here we'll have curly braces, and inside this curly braces we'll have another curly braces containing these two things. Okay, we'll have next element, we'll define our next button. Okay, so this is our custom button. We'll have to style this, but right now it's okay. So after doing this, if you check here, if you check your application, you will have nothing. So after then what you can do, so for the button, actually you can just define the custom button first. So let me define, we'll have already a block for the custom button, and let me complete. We'll have a div, and inside this div we'll have two buttons. So the first button is actually preview button, so that's why we can add an icon. So for this button we'll have, for example, we'll have a button. So we'll have bs chevron EVR on chevron, then we'll have left icon, and now here we'll say this will be actually some styling. We can simply define class name. We'll have width 12, we'll have height 12, then we'll have rounded full, we'll have border gray 200, then we'll have flex, we'll have item center. Okay, we can just do a little change. Actually we can just do this style on the button. Actually it will be perfect. So here it will be flex, and it will be item center. Let me define item center, justify center, and then we will simply say when someone actually hover, we'll have actually busy blue 500, and when hover our text color will be, so when hover text color will be white. Okay, something like this, and we'll apply transition wall. So transition wall, and we'll apply some duration 200. Okay, so now here on this icons you can just simply define it will be size 6. That means width 6 and height 6. So if you now check, you will have you will have this thing. So if you have, then you can just define the right chevron here. So for the right button we can just copy this button, and after then we can paste it here. Instead of left we'll have right. Okay, so this will be right, rig chevron right, rig is to right. Now you can see you will have two button here. Okay, you will have two button here. We can just do a little bit customization here. You can just apply some flex. So let me define, we'll have to apply flex, we'll have justify center, and we'll have gap of 4, and margin top will be 8. Okay, so we'll have something like this, and now you can see you will have this. but for now actually you can just define cursor pointer. So let me define here, and we'll just press Alt to select everything, and here we'll just define cursor pointer for now. You can see you can just hover this. Okay, finally we need to add some custom CSS. So for doing this, here we'll have define, so this thing for the preview actually we'll have to copy this and we'll add it to this first one. So where is actually preview, and for the next actually let me copy this. So and then this will be the next one. Okay, we'll paste it here. So after then it's actually something like this. So after then actually what you will do, you will have swiper preview button for this button, and this is actually swiper next button for this button. Okay, so right now we don't have the styling, but I think it's perfect. Okay, next what you will have to do, let's design the card section. So we'll have to make this type of card. So for doing this, here inside this what you will do, let me remove everything. We don't need all of this stuff. So we'll design our slider. So here for this slider actually what you will do, you can simply define, we will have curly braces, let me call testimonials, we'll map it. So let me define dot map, and here every time we will get testimonial, and we'll have index, then we'll have arrow parenthesis, and inside this we'll have this, let me card this swiper slide, let me card it and paste it here. We'll have key props, so we'll define index here. Then inside this we can have a div. So we'll have a div, and inside this div we'll have another div, and here we will say, so this div will contain actually an image. So this image will come from actually our array of testimonial. So we'll call testimonial dot image for the person, and now image for the person. Now if you check your website, you can see you will have the image here. And after then actually what you will have to do, you can just do a little bit styling here. You can simply define class name and say by default w full, and h will be full. Then we will have object cover, so object cover and rounded will be full. Okay, not left full, we will have completely full. And now if you just check it, you can see you will have something like this. Okay, after then what you can do, you can target this div and say this will be actually, we will define width 24 and height 24, and finally we'll have mx auto, and we'll define margin bottom 4. So now if you see your icon is okay, so your icon or your image is okay, then you will have to present this starring. So for making this type of starring, what you can do, so after making this type of starring, we'll take another div here. So for these actually we will have a div, no dialog, actually we will have a div, and here we'll present the star. So that's why we'll have curly braces. At first we'll map the array, so we'll take, look, we need 5 star, so that's why we'll define dot we'll have array, and we'll take the element of 5, so we'll have 5 element, and then after then we can have to map it. So that's why map, every time we will just receive nothing, we don't need to receive nothing, so that's why underscore, and then we'll have a star index. So star index, not a start index. Okay, you will have to receive index here. Then you will simply define arrow, will have parenthesis. Look here actually maybe we need additional spacing, we'll have to need a span. Okay, and here we need to present the star. For example, we'll have the star at the top, we need this type of star, so we can simply copy this star, and now back to here, paste it here. So our star is something like this, and for this span actually we can have class name. We will define text will be so Amber or EOLO. You can just define EOLO 400, something like this now, and see here actually you will have all the star, and after that star what you can do, you can just apply some CSS to the parent div, and you will say it will be flex item center, and we can say this will be margin bottom too. So now we can see this is not working. So why it's actually not center, let me define it. So for this, why this span is not going to be center, we'll have flex item center. It's okay, but here on this div, let me do a little bit customization. Here we can have some classes. We can just define text will be center, and we can have background white, then we will have some padding 4, we can have rounded LG, then we'll have shadow MD, then we'll have age full, then we can say flex, and by default flex column. Okay, now I think it's perfect, but the text, the icon is not showing to the center. So to fix it actually, let me how you can just fix it. We'll have flex here. Okay, we'll have instead of items we can just define justify center. Okay, so now if we apply justify center, now I think it will move to the center position. Look, your starring is here and your card is something like this, but we need to improve more actually. So here what we will do, after this starring we will have to make the name and the text. Okay, so for making the name and the text, what you will have to do, you will just define, after this we'll have to define a h3, and you will present the person name. So that's why testimonial dot will have name, and we can simply apply some styling here. So name will be by default text excel, and we'll have font semi-bold. Okay, finally we'll have margin bottom 3, and then we'll have a paragraph, and we will present testimonial dot text. Okay, and for this paragraph we will have simply say this is actually text gray 600. Okay, now if you check, you will have something like this. Look, you will have something like this, but we need to improve more. Look, it's already working, but we need more styling. So for more styling, what you can do, so look, this card is not actually appropriate. We'll have to just fix this card. So that's why we will target this swiper slider, and here we'll have to add some class name. We'll have by default is full, and then we'll have to define on medium device, we'll have some extra padding to the top and bottom. We'll have py12, and by default on a small device we'll have py4. So right now we can see it's perfect, the card is showing perfect. Okay, so though the size is not appropriate for this card, but we will fix it soon. So for fixing it actually, here we'll have okay, so let's add some custom styling. So for making some custom styling, what you will do, you will go to app.css. It's okay, you go to app.css, and here we'll style something. So for example, at first here you can see we have simply defined testimonial swiper. So we'll copy this class and we'll have to design it. So that's why as it's a class, we'll have a dot, and we'll define so some extra padding. So padding will be so top and bottom 20 pixels and 0, and then we will have to just target this testimonial swiper with the slider slide. So this is actually slider, and here we'll simply apply. So we'll have testimonial swiper, and we'll have to define custom styling. So look, our custom styling is here. If you want to check it, if you have to go to this styling section, and if you scroll here, you will have slider option. You can just style this, go here, and you can just modify it a little bit. So here we'll have height auto. Okay, Then lastly, look for the preview options. So look for this preview options here for the navigation. Actually here is navigation, let me check it. So for this navigation, is there any navigational? Okay, no logic. So we'll implement our own navigational. Let me close all of this stuff, we don't need this actually right now. And see, after just making it auto and adding this to styling, the width is perfect. Let me refresh it. So by default, look, the issues has gone. Okay, if the issues are gone, we can additionally just improve this button. Okay, so improve this button. When the slider is no slide, it will have to disable this button. Otherwise, if you end of this slider, you will have to disable this. So for making this type of thing, at first what you will have to do, so for, let me add a comment, hide default, so swiper buttons navigation. Okay, navigation, something like this. So for making this, at first you will have to just call testimonial swiper, then look, we will have the button. So first button is something like this, swiper next, or you will have simply, if you check, so if you just inspect it, look, if you inspect it, and here if you check the swiper, so look, if you just click this swiper, if you click this swiper, and you can see swiper slide next, so you will have something like this. So you can see swiper slide next is here, you will have this swiper slide next. Let me copy it, and then we will increase it here. We will have a swiper slide next, we will have a dot here, then we will define pseudo class, that is actually after, and we'll define a comma, we'll have dot testimonial slider, we'll have preview after. Okay, so we'll have swiper slider, we'll have to make it a preview, so instead of next, we'll have preview here. And finally, we can simply define display none. Okay, something like this. And after then, we will just target our button. So that's why we'll have swiper next, and we can style this. And for this, actually for this next, okay, we will simply define display d none. Okay, and we'll additionally define, so it's working for actually swiper preview. Okay, so we'll have to customize here, so that is actually preview. Okay, so I think this is okay. And finally, we will have to disable the button. So that's why here you can see, when you just click here, you can see we will have next. So where is actually disable button? So let me customly do that. So we'll have swiper slide next, then we'll have our custom. So you can just copy this actually from here, you will have to copy this. Okay, you will have to copy this and paste it here. We'll have next a custom, and we'll define a dot, then we'll have swiper button disable sw swiper dash button button, sorry, button button disabled. Okay, disabled, and we'll simply add a comma, then we'll have, so preview custom button dot disable, we'll make it opacity, and our cursor here will simply define cursor will be, so not allowed, so not allowed. So we are ready to just make the changes. And if you now check, let me just check it, if you refresh, why this is actually not working? So it is not visible, but when it's available, look, the button is actually not appearing. Okay, because we opacity define 0. If we define 5.0.5, then look, it's actually perfectly okay. So we'll have something like this. You can just look, it's, you cannot select it because it's the first one, and you can just increase it and you can select it. Look, this button is available. So our swiper is working perfectly, and it's a custom swiper. We just designed this on this tutorial, and you cannot find it on YouTube tutorial. And let me check it finally. We'll have to click this. Okay, perfectly working. And let me check the responsiveness. When you increase the size, you will have 2 cards. Look, you will have perfectly working it. Okay, after then what next? If you increase the size, you can just decrease it. Look here, you will have margin top 8. You can just increase it. For example, it is okay when actually you have medium device. By default, you can see margin top will be 4 for now. Okay, now it's much better. So after having this, we'll have to next newsletter section and footer section. So now we'll have to design this newsletter section. Here we'll have gradient background and we'll have some text on the left and some input field and buttons, something like this. Okay, so making this type of stuff. So let me go here, let me close all of this stuff. We don't need to open actually anything. We'll have to go to component folder, select here, create a new component. It's actually newsletter, later section, something like this. You will have JSX RFC reactor functional component. Let me import it after testimonial. So newsletter section, and right now your newsletter section is here. Look, your newsletter section is here. After then what you can do, so let me customize it. So for the customization, here we'll have to make it section, and let me close it section. Here we'll have class name will be, so we can have the common styling. We'll have container mx auto, will have actually px4, will have on sm, will have px 6, and on large device will have px8. And by default we'll have padding top and bottom, that would be 16 or something like that. So now you can see your section is here. Okay, so we'll have to design something like this type of background. So that's why let me add a div here. So we'll have a div, and on this div we'll have to apply some css. We'll say this will be busy blue 600, so something like this. Color will have rounded to excel, and finally we'll have overflow hidden. Okay, so inside this div actually we need another div, and here, so for this div we will have to make it will be relative. Then we'll have on medium devices we'll have px16, and then we'll have py16, and by default px on a small device will be 6, and finally on medium device we'll have py24. and right now inside these we'll have background overlay. So we'll have to define gradient busy, and for this background we'll have a simple div. And as we'll have relative here, we can just define this will be absolute. It will be absolute. Then we'll have top 0, we'll have right 0, then we'll have width will be half. Then on actually by default height will be full. We'll have background busy blue 700, and then we'll have clip path. Okay, so this is a new thing. We'll have cl have a clip path, so shine. So we'll have to make it clip clip path, and we'll have slant slant, and we have by default hidden on medium device it will be block. Okay, so something like this. Now if you check your website you will have something like this. So by doing this actually you see something okay, but it's not perfect. We'll have to more so customization here actually. So what we need to do, look, we'll have absolute 0 right 0, we'll have width half is full. So here we'll have background, we'll have clip path pats hlant, everything is fine, but why it's actually not working? Okay, let me define some others available. Clip, let me path content, let me check it. I think our challenge will be okay. So we'll have clip path will have SLANT. Okay, I will just adjust it later. So for now it's okay. So after then, what you will have to do after completing this, let me format this document a little bit. So after this div, we will have another div, and then inside this div we'll have left content. So left content, our left content will be something like this div, and inside this div we'll have a h2. And let me copy this text. We'll have to copy this text, and then we'll have a paragraph. So we'll have something like this. So our paragraph is this paragraph. Okay, let me style it. So for the h2 we'll have text to Excel, then we'll have on a small device we'll have text 3 Excel, and by default on large device we'll have text for Excel. Okay, we'll have font medium, then finally margin bottom 4. And for the paragraph actually we'll have class name, and we'll say this will be text blue 100, and then we'll have text sm size, and on a small device text will be base size. Okay, so something like this. Now you can see you will have something like this, and you need to define this will be text white. Okay, so this will be text white. So that's why we will target this div and apply. We will have text by default white. We will have max width, so max w lg, then we'll have text by default center, and on medium devices text will be left. Okay, so medium devices text will be left. Finally, if you check it, you can see you have something like this. And after then, actually after doing that, what next? So we'll have the email form. So that's why we will just close this. We'll have another div. So this is actually right. Let me add a comment. So right content, and here for the right content, what you will have to do, you will have a div, and inside this div will have a input field. Okay, and we will simply define a placeholder. Placeholder will be enter your email email address, then we will have type will be email, then we need some css. So let me define, so class name here. So class name will be, we'll have w full, and then we'll have on a small device we'll have w auto, and then we'll have medium device w will be 80, and we'll have px4. On a small device px will be 6, on top and bottom we'll have ps3, py3. On a small device py will be 4. We'll have rounded xl, on a small device we'll have rounded lxl, then on a small devices we will have rounded r none. Okay, and finally focus will be outline none, outline dash none. Okay, finally we'll have, okay, I think it's okay for now. So let me, this is the thing, we'll have to make it on the right section. So that's why we'll target its parent div, and we'll have something like this. Here on this parent we can simply say it will be relative, and we'll have flex, we'll have flex column by default. On large device we'll have flex row, and here is actually flex column. Okay, additionally we can say item center will have justify between, then gap will be 8. On large device gap will be 12. Okay, so right now if you check you will have something like this, but this actually the background is not working. Why? Here or for this input actually we can have some background color. So let me define busy green 500, something like this. Okay, so now you can see you will have, okay, we need actually this will be white color, so that's why the input field will have something like this. We can say this will be busy white. Okay, so now let me check it. We'll have something like this. And for this button, actually after this input we will have a button, and this button containing a span tag with discover, 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 and an icon. So our icon will be hi, so arrow right, so arrow right icon. And let me self close it. We'll have to define a size here. So class name will have a size, so size will be 5, that means width 5 and height 5. And for this span we don't need any styling. For this button we can say this will be by default w full, and on a small device we'll have w auto, and we'll have cursor pointer, then we'll have busy green 500, and text will be white. We'll have padding px6. On a small device px will be 8 and py will be 3. Okay, on a small device py will be 4. Okay, now rounded xl, and for sm rounded l will be 0, a rounded l will be none. So I think it's okay. On right, actually rounded right will be so lg, so something like this. Now let me check it. I think it will have much better, but we need some flex. Okay, so making it actually working perfectly, so that's why we can apply flex. And now you can see you will have this, and after then we can finally define class name to this parent div, and we'll define flex. On by default it will be flex column, and on a small devices it will be flex row, and gap will be 4, and on a small device we don't have any gap, so gap will be 0. So right now you can see you will have something like this, and you need to modify these actually. So you will define item center, and gap will be 2. Okay, now you can see something like this. So lastly I think everything is okay, but the border is actually not perfect like this. Okay, so something like this, we need to this type of angle. So for doing that we can just add some additional styling. So for doing that, so here you can see we will have to add some styling. We can have a style element, style sty style here, and for the styling we'll have curly braces and we'll have backtick. So we will simply define our scient color is here. Actually we can simply do some styling, and here we'll have clip path. So let me just do it here. We'll have clip dash path, and here we'll define this will be polygon, pole polygon, gone, and we can simply define this will be perfectly. So firstly 20%, then we'll have 0%, then we'll add a comma, we'll have 100% with 0%, then we'll have another comma, we'll have 100%, then 100%, then we'll have add comma, we'll have 0% and then 100%. So I think if you now check, look, it's perfectly working. It's actually now curvature. Okay, so something like this after applying this styling. So I think this is perfect for now, and after then what the next, we'll have to left the footer section designing, and we will do it in the next video. So now we have left only the footer section, and our footer section will be something like this. And for making this type of footer section, let me close it. We'll have to just go to component section, create a new component. So this will be footer.jsx, we'll have rfc, and now we'll just keep it on here. So this is actually footer, and let me import it. And for the footer, actually we'll have footer, and let me just customize it, footer. And for this footer actually we'll have the same styling that we'll have on newsletter, so we can just simply make this type of styling for here on this footer. So now you can see here actually, if you check it, you will have your footer here, but we can just do a little bit customization. Don't just make this here, we can just define a class name, and we need some background color. So let me define busy gray 50, and after then actually we'll have a div, and we keep our styling here so that our background color will be just working perfectly. And inside this actually we will have another div, and this div will contain, so at first brand, so it will contain at first brand column, so column column, and here actually we'll have to present our logos and other stuff. So at first look here, so we need something like this, we'll have need this and this text. So already we'll have done it on Navbar, so from there Navbar we can just copy it. So go to the Navbar and simply here is your logo, so simply copy this and keep it inside this. Okay, inside these actually, inside this brand we will have this. So right now if you check it, you can see you will have this, and after then you need some so let me format this, control shift F, or I can just do format this way. So after then what you will have to do, so after this div actually look, you need the text. So for this text actually let me define, so I will copy, so this is actually next design. The next design will have a span, and we will say this is something like this. Okay, so now if you check it, you can have something like this. You need to do it side by side, so that's why class name it will be flex, it will have a gap 1, and it will be item center. Okay, so right now I think this is perfect. Okay, you need some styling to this span. You can say this will be simply text XL, then we'll have font medium, and we'll have margin left 1, and now I think this is perfect. Okay, so after then actually look, this is actually the block. We will simply take another div and keep it here, and after then after inside this div actually we will have paragraph. Look, we'll have some paragraph and social icons. So let me define a paragraph here, and we'll keep this text here, and let me format it here. For this paragraph we can simply say this will be, so let me define class name, and this will be text grace 600. Okay, text grace 600 will have margin bottom 6, and finally we need some icons. So after this actually we'll have div, and here actually we need to have anchor, and by default inside it we'll have social media icons. For example, at first we need Facebook icon, so we'll import it from Facebook F icons. So now let me self close it. Now if you check, you will have a icon here. Look, you will have a icon here. You can have to style this, so that's why to make it styling on this F you will have a class name, and will make the size will be 5, and for this anchor we'll have class name, and here we'll have width 10, height 10, we'll have background busy gray 200, then we'll have rounded full, and then we'll have flex, we'll have item center, justify center, and text will be gray 600. Then we'll have when someone hover, we'll have busy gray 600, and when actually hover our text color will be blue 600. Okay, blue 400 is, I think it's okay. Otherwise we can just make it, it will be okay. We can just add some transition, transition wall, and let me duration 200, something like this. And now if you check, you will have something like this effect. If you don't like, you can customize the color, so it will be, so when someone when someone just say, it will be blue color, so blue color, and text will be white color. Okay, so let me define text white, something like this. It's up to you how you can design it. So I think right now it's perfect. Okay, after then actually we will have to copy this for several options, and let me define this. So next, instead of actually Facebook, we will have to, here we'll have to use a Twitter icon. So here we'll have fa Twitter TWITT Twitter icon. And for this, actually for the last one, here we can have fa, we'll have LinkedIn, so LinkedIn in icon. Okay, something like this. Now if you check here, you will have all of these three icons. Okay, perfect. And now we'll have to apply some flex. So this is our parent div, we will have to apply so flex, and we'll have gap 4. Okay, so something like this. Now you can see we'll have side by side, but we need some gap to the in between them. So that's why here on the brand div, so the div is here, we can simply say class name, and we'll say this will be actually on large device will be, so call span 4, and I think here you need some spacing, so that's why you can say for this here actually margin 6, margin bottom 6. I think right now it's perfect. Okay, we can have to define this div has margin bottom 4 or 6 is perfect for now. Let me check it. Okay, so we can just control the text here after a few seconds, but I think it's now okay. After this brand, we can simply, let me define, add some class name here. We'll have flex, or we'll have grid here. So we'll have grid. By default, grid column will be 1. Then on medium device, we'll have grid columns 2, and when large device, we'll have grid columns 12. Okay, grid columns 12, and here gap will be 8, and on large device gap will be 12. Okay, something like this. Now you can see you will have something. Okay, so after then we'll have to present this type of company, get help, and this type of navigational menu. So for making this type of navigational menu, actually you will have to work with navigational items. So that's why look, after this brand div, we will have to take a also column. So this is for navy footer navigation, footer nav items. Okay, something like this. And for this actually we will have a div, and inside this div you will have to present your items. So that's why go to data section, and you will have a about section. Copy this, so and paste it at the top. Okay, so this is a array containing some objects. Okay, and after then you can simply present it here. So that's why what you will do, you will have another div. So let me take another div here, and this div will contain something like this. We'll have objects, we'll have objects here, objects, and then instead of entries, we'll have entries, and we will provide footer links, so from the top, and then we'll map it. So we'll map it, and additionally every time we will have category, and we'll have links. Then what you will do after this array will have category index, and finally we'll have arrow parenthesis, and inside these actually we will have a div. We'll provide a key props. So our key props will be So category, so here it will be, sorry, it will be category. Okay, so now I think it's okay. And inside this div actually will have a h3, and this h3 will just show category text. So category text, let me show you. If you check it, you will have all of this category. You can just customize it. For example, for this h3, you can simply say this will be text LG and font semi bold or font medium, and finally we'll have margin bottom 4. Okay, and here actually you can see something like this. You can make it uppercase, so that's why here you will see uppercase or UPP uppercase, something like this. Then you can see you will have uppercase here. Okay, so after then what you can do, look, you need to doing this actually side by side. So for doing this, here we'll have class name and say it will be grid. By default it will be grid calls 2, and when actually medium device it will have grid calls 3 or 4 is okay. So let me define 4, will have gap 8. Okay, now I think you will have this type of thing, but it's actually not working perfectly. So to make it working perfectly, we'll have to target the parent div, and here we'll have to add call span on large device. Actually we will have, so call span, and we'll make it 8, because here actually look, on large device we'll have total, so 8 column, and we'll apply 4 column here and 8 column here. So right now we can see it's perfect. So after these, actually what you will have to do, you will have to present the links item. So for the links item, after this h3, we'll have a eval, and then we'll have to map the links. So links dot map, and here actually every time we will get link and index, then we will simply just to map it here. Every time we will have a li, and inside this we'll have a anchor. So for now we'll have something like this, and for this anchor actually we'll have to present link name. So link dot name is here, and for this actually, for this li we'll have to provide a key props, that would be index. Okay, finally we'll have to style it. So for this styling we can simply define class name, and this class name will have text gray 600, and we'll have, when someone hover, it will be text gray 900. And finally for this li we'll have class name, and we'll say, or li, we don't need to have a specific styling here. Let me don't need it here. We will target this eval tag, and simply we will say our eval will be a space y3. Okay, space y3. So now if you check your website, you will have something like this. Okay, perfect. So if you have something like this, so next what you can do, so finally you can add some spacing to this. So we can just control a width of it. So on medium devices we can say width will be so 3/4, so something like this. So and now it's much better. Okay, and finally we need the footer section. So for making these, actually let me close this, and after then we let me check it. So we can just do it inside these. Actually we can just do it inside this. Okay, here footer bottom, so footer bottom section, and for doing this we'll have a div. Okay, and this is actually for copyright, so that's why inside it we'll have another div, and we will say this will be actually a paragraph for copyright. Let me copy this text. So we'll have something like this type of text here, and we will just make it dynamic. So that's why we'll have curly braces here, new dot date now. So we'll call new dot date dot, and we'll call this full year. Okay, that means it will give the current year. So right now you can see your website have the current year. Then you need some customization. So for this div we will have some styling. We'll have border top, then we will have border gray 200, and finally we'll have margin top 12, and we'll have padding top 8. Okay, something like this. Now you can see you will have something. Okay, so after then actually you can control the padding. So you can have padding top 16, but you can just have padding bottom 8 is fine for now. So it's much better. Okay, so now you can just customize the text color for here. So for making this text color, you will have a paragraph. You can simply define this will be text color gray 600, then you will have text size SM. Okay, and after this paragraph we'll have another paragraph with this text. So we'll have the text something like this. Let me copy it. So here we will apply some CSS. We'll have the same CSS. We'll have text 600, we'll have text SM. Okay, fine. And for these actually we will simply say by default it will be flex, it will be flex column, then on medium device it will be flex row, and finally we can simply define justify between item center, and we'll have gap of 4. Okay, something like this. Now our website is much better. We'll have everything. So we'll have everything done. You can see we'll have something like this. So this is our website. We have complete the design, but here we will just need to a little bit adjustment, and we'll have to apply some animation. Okay, so we'll do that in the next video. So we are almost ready. We'll have this type of designing, and now we'll have to do a little bit customization. For example, if you click the Navbar, so by default home is selected. If you click about us, it's going to the about section, but if you click services, it's not working. If you click testimonials, it's not redirecting to the testimonial. And if you have a so click events for doing this. So let's do this. So when someone click these services, look, this is actually added to the top, but we will have to fix it. So let me close all of this stuff, all close everything, and here actually we'll open the app.js, and here for the services actually you have services section. Click here, just press F12 to go to the specific component, and here we'll have to ID, that is actually services. Okay, so something like this. And now if you see, if you click here, look, services section is appearing here. And for the testimonials actually, so let me close it, and we'll go to testimonials section, and here we'll have to add another ID. So our ID will be, let me check it, how do we define it here. We'll have testimonials, something like this, testimonials. Okay, so we'll have to type testimonials, something like this. And let me check if I just defining the perfect. Okay, it's working perfectly. So this is okay. About us services is active now, it's showing. Okay, contact, and lastly we will have this. So this is actual newsletter. For newsletter we will go to the newsletter section. So let me click newsletter, and if 12 here we'll have a ID. So this is actually news LETTR later, something like this. So let me click. Okay, perfectly working. Okay, you have seen this is actually working. So after then actually we can work with animation, and for doing this I will provide a utility class. So you will have to check it on your assets, and then you will find something like this. You will have motions.js file, and you will see there you will have something like this, utility classes. So you will find it on your assets folder. I will provide you the source code, so there you will find it. Okay, so what you will do on the src, you will create a new folder that is actually utils, and inside this utils you will simply just drag this motions keep it on actually utils folder and move it. Okay, so you will have inside this utils folder you have a motion.js and you will have the following codes. Okay, so after then what you can do, you have to install actually framer. So that's why go back to the new tab and here we'll search framer, FRAMR motion. So simply search it, then you can just go to here and just copy this and back to your code editor, open the terminal and just paste it. So framer motions, and for the framer motions, okay, so its package is installing. And for the styling, look, you will have to style by doing this way. You will have to import it at first, then you will have to define motion dot type, then you will have to apply some type of animation. So for making this, so let me show you for the Navbar first. So look here on our main projects, so if you just refresh, you can see your Navbar have this type of styling. Okay, so you can just do this type of styling on Navbar. So how we can just do it? So for example, for applying this, we will have to copy this line, so import it at first at the top of the Navbar. So let me go to the Navbar components and here we'll just do it here. And finally what you will do, for example, you want to apply your styling or your animation to this nav, look, so you have to define motion dot. Okay, so your component or your element name, so here we'll have motion dot and you must have to close it, so motion dot, and now here motion dot nav. Okay, and here you will have to define this type of styling, so you will have animations options and other stuff. And for this actually we will have to do a little bit customization because we need custom styling. So that's why here we can simply we'll have variants, and we will say our variants will be, we can just style custom variants because we'll have motion.js. so from here we will just import our variants actually fade in, so copy it and keep it inside here. So we'll have to import it. Let me import it from utils folder, then it's okay. So after then what you will do, here we'll have initial option, so initial TIL initially will make it by default, initially it will be hidden, so we'll have something like this, hidden. Then we'll have while in view, so while view, and you will say it will be show, that means our animation will show here. And after then what you will do, we'll have to define viewport, so viewport, and here our viewport will simply define once, ONCE, and we'll make it true. Okay, something like this. So if you define something like this, and now back to your application, so motion is not importing, so why, let me refresh it, we'll have to import it, is here we will have simply, instead of this we'll have framer motion. So after doing that it will work. Look, if you refresh now, so you will have something like this, though it is actually not perfect, but we'll have something like this. Okay, so what you can do, so to just fix it, here you will have to pass two value. So one is actually your animation type, so it will be from down, and then you will say it will have an duration, so that would be 0.2. so right now if you now refresh, look, your animation is applying on actually Navbar, so you can see that this is perfectly working. So after then what next, so you can just apply others animation here one by one, but let me show you, I am just showing you one hero section. So for this hero sections, how we can apply CSS styling here. For example, we are going to make this type of styling on the hero section. So for doing this, look here on this hero section we will have a div. Look, we'll have a div, inside this div we'll have a star base, and we can simply apply some CSS to the star base. So that's why let me cart it, we'll take another div, and here we'll paste this, and we will import motion at the first. So we'll have to import, we'll have motion from actually we'll have framer motion, so framer motion. And now we'll have to apply our motion here on this div, so motion dot, and we'll have to obviously close it, so that's why. So let me just arrange it here. We'll have motion, okay. And finally we'll have the same way. You can simply copy it from the navbar. You will have all of these stuff, so simply copy it and paste it here. Let me just paste it here. Here we'll have to import your animation type, so it would be fade in, so import it from utils. So we just import it from utils. Then you can just define the variant, so that would be, it will be from right rigst, and we'll have duration is okay. By default everything is okay. So instead of, we don't need actually viewport here, so we'll have something like this. And now if you just check, if you refresh your projects, look, if you refresh, this is, look, this is actually working. If you refresh, your stats is just animating, okay. After then we can just animate to the h-on. So for animation to the h-on, here what you will do, here we'll have to just apply motion, so that's why on the h-on we'll have motion dot, and here we'll have to define motion dot h-on, and again we'll have to copy all of these stuff, and let me paste it inside this. Will be text variant. Look, if you just check motion.js, you will have text variant. We'll use this text variant for this h-on, and so that's why here we'll simply import text variant, and this text variant will receive a duration, so that is actually 0.3. so everything is perfect. We don't need to change anything. Everything is perfect. And now if you just refresh your project, now you can see this is working perfectly. So your animation is applying here. And lastly, we can apply animation to the text of the paragraph, and also we can just work with the buttons and other stuff. So let's do this. For example, here for this paragraph we can have motion again, then we will have to customize it, so we'll have the options, and here actually we can simply say for this paragraph what type of animation we are going to use. So we can use the above animation, so let me copy it, and here for this paragraph, where is here, we can simply paste it. So instead of variant, right, we have up, and we can just add some, increase the duration. So here we have 3, so we can just give a delay, so it will be 4. So look, it's actually pattern. At first we will have 0.2, then the second element have 0.3, then the third element have 0.4. so I think you understand how this is actually working. So right now you can see, if you refresh, you will have applying a smooth animation here. And for these buttons and input field, you can obviously apply animation. So for example, here we'll have a div, we'll have motion, and dot, here we'll have to self close it. So motion motion dot div. So why it's actually not working, let me check it. So here I think a little bit customization is required, so let me check it off. I got it. So here it's actually starting motion dot, and this is actually ending, so motion dot div. Okay, so now it's okay. Now we'll have to apply, we can just simply apply the same type of variants here. So for this div, and we can just update the duration, have 2, 3, 4, 5. so we are just making a smooth way of delay for presenting the animation. Look, it's actually working perfectly. And lastly, we'll have to work with for the image, and for working with the image, we'll have image here. So for displaying the image, what you can do, so here as you have a div, let me just take, so we'll have a motion here, and then a dot, here we'll have to customization motion dot div, and now we'll have to define some styling. So that's why we can just copy any of this block. So we'll have to copy any of this block and paste it here. We will define the animation fade in type. It will be redirect to the left, and here we'll have duration is okay for now. And let me check it how it's working. If I refresh, you will have this type of animation. So the thing is that whenever you applying animation, you will have to add motion dot, then you will have to add a variance, then initial states will be hidden and while will be so view in show. So that means you will have to add all of these three properties when you are applying animation, and you can change this variance type based on your utils. So based on these utils you can do this type of stuff, and I hope you understand. And you can just check the code to understand everything done for you. So just you can just colon the code of the projects and just get it done. But I hope you are already learned the way to applying animation. Okay, so in the next video actually we will deploy the projects. So I have shown you how you can apply animation to the hero section, and your task is you will apply all of these components. Okay, you will apply animation to all of these components step by step the same way. You will have to procedure the same way. If you have issues, then you can check the solution. Obviously I will provide the source code, so you don't have to worry about. Just try to apply animation to all of these section that I left. You will have to do it. If you face any problem, you can just check the solution. Okay, so now I will show you how you can deploy this project. So for deploying this, at first you will have to go to your GitHub accounts. I'm going to my GitHub accounts, and here we'll have to create a new repository. So for this here actually we will have to rename something like this, as it's a React projects. We can just simply define React landing page. For example, it's a next design, so we can simply React landing page Tailwind CSS is okay for now. I just rename something like this, and then we'll click this create repository. So we will have something like this. And next, before we just push our code to GitHub, let me go to Vercel config. Okay, you will have to search Vercel config, and from here go to the vercel.com, and from here you will click this framework, then choose your framework. So we are going to choose Vite, and from here if you scroll a little bit you will find, so using Vite to make a single page application, you will have to add a JSON Vercel.json file to your application. So I am here and I will just close everything. So click on package.json file and then new file. Here you will have to add a package.json file. Before pushing your code, you will have to copy this code block and paste it here. So you will have to configure so your project will be working with perfectly on Vercel. So that's why I will define this. And lastly, after doing that, I will close everything. I just need open the terminal, and here actually look what you will do. Let me clear this terminal, and here we will have to just command on by one. We'll have to copy the first one. Let me paste it here, and then we'll have to copy the second line. Copy it. We will initialize git, so that's why git init. Then be careful, we don't need to only add readme file, we need to add everything. So that's why we only copy git add. So we will add everything, so that's why we will have git add, then we will have a space, we'll define dot. That means we are going to add everything to the GitHub repository. Okay, let me press enter, and finally you will copy all of these last 4 lines and paste it on your terminal and press enter. So look, your code is just pushing, and when writing object is 100%, then you are ready to check your application, it's okay. And if you refresh, then this is your project. Look, this is your project is on GitHub. After doing that, you will go to the Vercel. So this is the Vercel platform, and I have several projects to publish a new website. You will have to click this new, then choose projects, and you will have to choose the Git repository. You just push. Look, right now I just push this project on GitHub, and it's another showing here. You can have to choose your accounts, GitHub accounts here, then you can see the listed projects, and you will click simply import. And we don't do anything here. You can simply click this deploy, and look, it's deploying. Within a few seconds your project will be ready, and you can share the website link to your friends to see your new website. Okay, so let me do wait. Okay, perfect, it's ready. And now we'll click this continue to dashboard. Then you will get this domain URL, so simply click here. Look, it will take, and if you see, I have only applied animation to this hero section, so it's applying and your website is looking perfectly. Okay, no image is missing, everything is perfectly. Let me check if this is working. Okay, so it's perfectly working, and I will check it on a little bit on a small device. And if this navigation is working, so this is working, and if I just show you on a small device, the design is still working perfectly. Okay, let me just click yes, the slider is changing here, pricing is increasing. So I hope everything is perfect. So I recommend you please follow and try to add animation to all of this section. If you face issues, then just see the solution and complete this.